Tony Stark used to be the ultra-rich jerk I saw on TV. Now, he's the ultra-rich jerk who eats all the cashews in the bowl.
It's been nice getting to know you, Hunter.
I wouldn't have guessed we'd become such fast friends, Hunter, but I welcome your company.
We need to be able to play all these characters. Like, can you, like, in a single player kind of like story-driven game with side quests, like create a team, that's what I'm thinking in my head, that connects, interlinks stories. Like, what happened to the X-Men games? But, like, something that's, like, more down, like, Insomniac Spider-Man level, though. Not, like, you know, I'm talking, like, at least switching between 4 different characters, like a spin wheel, where you could, like, come in and out, and each character has their own stories and quests, but it's on a map that's, like, Insomniac Spider-Man level type map. Like, you pick, like, a, you know, so you can actually use the power of these characters and experience the world differently through each character. And make it make sense, you know? I think like a Marvel, like you pick a team, so then you could do a different team later on, you know, or, you know, so it's not just one game, so you could do something different next. So it's like, probably bring back some kind of X-Men game would probably come first, and then do something new that isn't an X-Men team, like something that's a part of the Marvel universe that has never been done before as well, like one of the teams.
I never ran into a
but a lot of the teams are branched off from other teams, but like even in medieval setting world would be cool. And then in a way you could make a giant medieval setting world where you could play Sir Percy. You could swap between, you know, who you'd think the best 4 at least. Like, let's say we're limited to 4 characters on a spin wheel or something. Then you select 4 characters that makes sense with that setting. So it's like you know, a King Arthurian tale, you know, where like you use the Pope, you know, and Satan and Lilith, both versions of Lilith, Dracula as a main villain, where you have like a scale war where there's 3 things going on, 3 main conflicts on a medieval setting that's, you know, at a design level that's like, not like this, but like Insomniac's New York City, but like in a medieval setting, like a real world where you can interact with it. So if you think about it, characters that are associated with that timeline could interlink with another game down the road. And if you think about it, through history, and some characters through dimensional portals and shit that come from that era. Some that are still alive, and then, for example, Sir Percy wouldn't be around, though. If you did a more modern take, it would be like Dane Whitman, right? So it's like, that's just an example. Like, the medieval stuff, I think, gets thrown under the bus, though. That's why I brought the medieval stuff, because there's a lot of really good medieval setting Marvel comics that are, you know, that have mutants and supernatural essence, you know, in Dracula and Dracula's Castle. You could do like Osseless Bloodstone and in the medieval era, and then you could use I forget her name, the badass Bloodstone chick from Werewolf by Night in a more modern setting. So it's, so there's these kind of ideas by doing kind of like an error, like a time period before doing a multiversal project. Like, I think, like, if you can do movies as puzzle pieces, then why can't you do video games as puzzle pieces? If you think about it, the Wolverine game probably, Insomniac's Wolverine game is probably set in its own universe, but it probably will go over to Insomniac's Spider-Man 3. Even though if you look at Insomniac's Spider-Man 3, after Insomniac Spider-Man 2, there's a lot of I would say there's a lot of unresolved plots with particular characters, and then new characters that have come in. I got a very heavy vampire kind of vibe, that especially at the end. So I would assume that, see, that's the thing. Like, if you're doing a Spider-Man 3, then I think it's best to stay in that time before, and then figure out a different game that interlinks, like, the characters you want from Spider-Man and the characters you want from X-Men to be in one of the games, right, as an actual team, where you're not just playing, you could switch between two Spider-Mans in Spider-Man 2, right? Now, imagine if you could switch between Spider-Man and Wolverine in the same game, but you also get two characters, another fan favorite character, and then one that maybe, put one in there that is really awesome, but doesn't actually get that much acknowledgement, because there's a lot of really cool characters and building onto their stories that you can actually assemble different things. Like, I keep thinking, like, when I think of Magic and I think of directors in the type of vision that I see when I look at, like, Magic or Colossus, I see, if it's not me making them, I like, as a director's vision, like, I have my vision of it, but I think, like, if I didn't, I can only really see George Miller really bringing it to life closer to my image, stuff like that. So, because, like I said, I do see, like, where you can have multiple characters inside a single character's game, or in this case, a lot of what I'm talking about, though, is more as a movie, as Magic, the Queen of Limbo was one of many ideas I had, just like, doing a Rune King Thor and a really, really cool Beta Ray Bill storyline that is connected to it, that, in what I call Thor Valhalla, and a very Nordic, like, having real, not like, no 80s music, just full, like, what you would vibe out to with Nordic mythology when you are tied to your death party, where you go, your religion. And I kept thinking of really cool ideas, and that's where I came up with the idea that death has to have some kind of, if there's a multiverse, and if they're all connected to the same death, or does each multiverse have a different, And I thought for a second, like, I think it depends on the bubble, the party. I think there's an underground, there's the party, like, there's your Valhalla, there's my Valhalla, there's their Valhalla, that character's Valhalla, another character's Valhalla. All these different versions of Valhalla, but they all share similarities, like, the Hall of Victory achievements, what they represent, like memorials, but what state they're in. Stuff like that, and what characters are there. And in a way, if you think about it, I did think of it like bubbles, because, as a kid, you stick your hand in a bubble, You put bubbles in a shake hand and bubbles through a bubble, right? How your party doesn't get affected by it unless you pop that bubble, or how that party emerges with another party. I kept thinking, when I wrote that, I actually wrote the whole Thor Valhalla, but the problem with writing scripts is it's kind of stupid when you, aren't really involved. They're just fan fiction in it. But, and the idea, though, there is, as Act 1 was started off with the transition, like, go right in, like he had already died, as an example, and where it's not a story about how Thor dies, it's a story, that, Thor's already dead, this is the process, and how it goes through was the idea when I was picturing it, and all these missed opportunities and all these alternate versions, how to fix what fans don't like, keep what fans like, and all those different views. And I thought in a second, and that could actually work for everyone if you could tell all those stories all on screen as set pieces. I kept thinking, for many years I thought about, I didn't know what to call it, vision in vision, picture in picture, where I would have where you could have a shitload of stories on set in the background that are, connected to, what could have been or what should have been, and all these basically concept art set interlinked to actual already real world things on our side, connected to what, Gore the God Butcher, what Christian Bale's Gore the God Butcher could have looked like, as an example, and what it could have looked like if he was on screen, if he actually was murdering gods on screen, things like that in the background. So I kept thinking, about all this, and it really felt like a spiritual trip in itself. For that particular story, when I thought about Thor Valhalla, I thought about, the feeling of actually being a god and familiar with your, spiritual connections, but also surprised, but or taken aback when you realize that something's going on in death, that something is wrong. And I kept thinking of Beta Ray Bill, and as looking into a water puddle, and an idea of basically if, let's say, whoever's playing Thor is going to play also Beta Ray Bill under all that design, and to bring, so basically Chris Hemsworth, if we use that Thor, he would play Thor and he would play Beta Ray Bill, but you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. But you would have this similarity approach of the characters and their different connections and their similarity connections. I thought of this idea, and I also thought of interlinking one of my all-time favorite characters. I don't know, just something about it, but Magic, and coming from this background, and then Colossus, and it just screams a really fucking badass movie. Magic by herself as a Norwegian film, though, not like a sequel, but more like a how she became the Queen of Limbo. And I kept thinking, that's where I said, I thought George Miller would, I believe he could visually bring that closest to my image if I couldn't do it. So for that film, but shaping this film into where it does have characters that interconnect, that are not connected. But then it's there's a saying where Spider-Man 4 will probably never get made, or Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 4, right? And thinking, if you can't never make Spider-Man 4, what would you do if you have a deal? Well, then I have the multiverse, right? I look through that mindset, being like, I have the multiverse, and I have to put Spider-Man in. I have to do Sam Raimi's. I got to put Tobey Maguire's story in, starting in Avengers Doomsday and in Avengers Secret Wars. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking at it also as signed deals, assuming that the deals for the single Spider-Man movies are Tom Holland only, and that the other three or the other deals are not just, meaning that Tom Holland doesn't have to be in Avengers Doomsday, for example, to tell that story, where you could just have Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man in Avengers Doomsday. Stuff like that. I think Sadie Sink would make an excellent Adriana, but at the same time, there's several characters, and I think a lot of people will agree that she would play a lot. I think any character that she got, she would play really good. But I would cast her as Mayday Parker. So, how I would look at it, because it's a fulfillment round circle and a continuation. I think, like, as a cosmic scale, Mayday Parker is, very important puzzle piece to not just one Spider-Man universe, but two Spider-Man universes, which is what I'm referring to is the one that's connected to Tom Holland and the one that's connected to Tobey Maguire. And somewhere down there, you have to interlink this and also tell the story that every fan wants to hear, which is most of them want a happy ending, want the family story and stuff like that. And I also look at it as plot holes in Spider-Man 3, where I think it wasn't finished or never got the chance to be finished. And I know they were hinting at other villains, but the biggest one that caught my attention in Spider-Man 3 that I think that stood out because it's actually visually there and has an identity is Dr. Connor with the symbiote that he still currently has, as far as anybody knows, and how Venom works through the multiverse. So I think at some point there would be a missed opportunity not using the Venomverse in a way where Venom is connected through multiple universes as well with each of these story arcs to finish up the missing pieces. Like, I think about these movies, and I think about, a lot of times I think about them as, in a way, when I look at Spider-Man 1, back in the 2002 Spider-Man 1, I think of, the only thing I think about with that film, apart from a couple film, questionable photography choices at times, but apart from that, that's, as the story itself, if you actually freeze, you can see, mistakes, imperfect, direct, the way the camera operates at times, and the way they execute some things, but it's not that bad. A couple scenes, if you freeze them, you can really tell that they're really bad, though. But in those older films as well. But when you look at, like, the story, though, I always thought about how the hell that spider got there was one of the questions I asked as well. And they know about these spiders, but somehow they're not aware of it. And I always thought that mystery was cool before I really even got into Spider-Man, you could say. And then I looked at that as a question with that movie. Another question I had was, I don't remember having any questions of Spider-Man 2, because it was I thought it was a perfect middle piece to 3 films. But with a couple noticeable camera mistakes. But Spider-Man 3, on the other hand, I saw a lot more questions than all the rest, or even, than Spider-Man 1. And I kept thinking, like, I do like the idea of different versions of Venom as well, but I kept thinking about puzzle pieces, and how that there. And then I thought about how the Marvel, the MCU or the Marvel comics work, where how we could get everyone who wants to be involved in the system multiverse, how you could do even a Fantastic Four 3, with the, and the Fantastic Four 2, in a way, like if you want to, and, go back to the, I can't remember the exact date, so but I know like olden days, and then before the 2004 version, but then use the 2004 version as well. In a way, like the Rise of the Silver Surfer is not exactly the same story as the Fantastic Four First Steps, obviously, but it does share a lot of similarities if you look at it as a story perspective there of certain elements. There's a lot that's different, though. So, the Silver Surfer story arc and Galactus, a lot of it, resembled, from the dark mass of them not using Galactus in the Rise of Silver Surfer, but doing something different with it, but also using a real Silver Surfer character, just like Fantastic Four used the new one First Step, did as well. And they're both comic accurate, and thinking like, as a multiversal fold, I think how visually impressive it all could be if all folded together like an origami puzzle, or doing like where each universe folds in the story arcs of fulfillment, where it's not like completely destroying everything. But I think like that would be really cool. But I think when I sit here and I think about Avengers Doomsday, I think about Doom as a solution to a lot of Disney's problems as well that they had admitted that they've had. So I thought like, it's a great cleanup. But I also thought like the character just by itself, Doctor Doom, has so much potential. But it's such a fascinating villain. There's so many really cool aspects to that villain that isn't just evil, but has a human side when you're looking at the comics. And there's even a universe where he is actually married to Sue Storm. I don't remember ever reading where they actually had a kid, but I kept thinking, why couldn't they have had a kid in that version or something as well? But I keep thinking of the Fantastic Four. Why didn't he show up? I think there's some kind of... I feel like something is there to the First Steps movie that is going to connect to the Russo's Doomsday. And I think it has, will explain why he didn't show up, as well. Like, obviously they had a fall, they don't agree or falling out. But I think there's Dooms, obviously, and then there's Doom bots, where things can get confusing. But then there's Iron Man and Doctor Doom, the same person. Alice changes, like sometimes it's just a name change in some universes, and sometimes it's a soul thing, where it actually connects. And I think like, if I were doing it, it would be first most, for sure, a lot of it would be centered around Doom as it is Doomsday, and thinking about all the Dooms, all of the Dooms from all the comics and in this film to represent, before we even get into the massive, well, I would build into the Secret Wars, but I think, like, in a way, like, you know, I remember a scene when Doctor Doom actually decides to become Iron Man, decides to become good, where there is one, and I kept thinking cinematically, I think the fans would love that moment, you know, of Doctor Doom, Robert Downey Jr.'s Doctor Doom at some point saying, "I am Iron Man," you know? And then kind of like understanding, making it so they can follow it, though, you know? Where it's not, like, difficult to follow, and reaching in that soul point. I kept thinking, like, you know, there's so much there that I think, like, it is such it really is, like, such a soul piece that I think, you know, that it has so much soul in the shadow of the mind. I think, in a way, you know, it has to connect to the soul world, you know, in a lot of ways, even at some point. And you know, so I kept thinking of Limbo as well, which is not the soul world, but it's not even hell, but Limbo is the other place, which is like, you know, it's a variant of, let's say, kind of a variant of Purgatory, if you could easily open, where the characters that open up into the doors, you know, and how, you know, I kept thinking about what it represents, as well as a character being stuck in limbo and bringing a character back out of limbo in a way. And I kept thinking of comics where Callisto, you know, not Mephisto, but they might use Mephisto and just cut Callisto out, but which are two different characters. But Callisto is the king of limbo, and before Magic became the Queen of Limbo, there was a really cool version of her, and I really like the name too, and it's really badass. For Magic versus Magic, there's an arc where she versus herself, because it's that, like, dimensional and demons, and she's very powerful, and she's connected to the Soul Stone, and she also, I believe, if I recall, Illyana Rasputin is the first one to have the Phoenix Force. Before Jean Grey and before several other characters, where there's this magnificent team, you know, the Phoenix Force team, some areas like the Phoenix 5, if I recall. There's particularly like 5 big characters that are associated with it. But then it goes on, you know, where other characters also connect to the Phoenix Force. And it's just like, that's something you don't do in Doomsday. That's something that comes out of Doomsday, right? And Secret Wars is, I don't even think you do that in Secret Wars. I think in Secret Wars you do a lot of the filler and connective pieces, you know, where you're playing cleanup even more, and the connectivity. I kept thinking, I have to look at this as the Russo's Avengers, you know, Endgame as well, you know, from that movie, because this isn't just the comics. And I kept thinking of the comics as well, but I kept thinking about Captain America not revealing his life story and only showing a glimpse of it. And I kept thinking, like, yeah, I think that there's something there that I think would work very well with, if anybody's familiar with the Secret Avengers, stuff like that, and connecting. You know, I kept thinking, I know some people are saying Doom shows up. I think there's so many, you know, a version of Doom could show up, you know, as Iron Man. But sometimes I think, like, Loki can astral project himself into any timeline while holding on to these. I think that, you know, there may be a timer for how long he can show up on that world while he's interacting with characters, now that he is the god of stories, the god of time. So I think like he can go into any universe, not physically, but spiritually, and communicate with just about any character. I think on a timer, though, and reach out through. And so I think that's where the TVA comes in the first movie and plays a bigger part in the second film than the first. I think there's going to be a lot of connections to the TVA in the first film, but I don't think it's going to be connected 100. It's going to be like the main center focus. I think the main center focus is the curiosity and the dangers that are on the horizon, while focusing primarily on the Doom character and all the heroes that are surrounded. I wrote something, the souls of heroes as a mirror to Doctor Doom, because in a way, there would be no heroes without Doom, or there would be no need for heroes without Doom, some format of Doom. There'd be no need for avenging if there was no damnation to avenge. So when I looked at that, I was like, I saw that was it just, to me, it kept getting more and more and more spiritual. But I kind of, in a way, his upbringing changes and experiences through different versions, it all came back to the soul, every time, to the, what the hell is the soul stone, how it's connected to the soul, every soul stone connected to the soul world, and how it could be rendered powerless, and what takes the soul and makes it so it's soulless, a soul stone soulless, a mind stone mindless, so many aspects that connected to this deeper level for the TVA that I think it has already strongly hinted, and I kept thinking a couple of times about imagining a different entry for Infinity Ultron than the comics, and I kept thinking of the drawer, and I'm like, why the fuck would Ultron be in the TVA? So I kept thinking, like, obviously, if he took them outside, if any character took them outside, they would still have their power. So, and if you look at like Infinity Ultron, there has two universes. He has 12 Infinity Stones, two replicas of both. So if you look at the art design, so it's so it's like, I think like in a lot of ways, like I do think that Infinity Ultron at some point is going to be associated, and if not a main villain, I think in a way, because Doctor Doom has to have the ability to render the soul, render the Infinity Stones powerless at that point, because he destroys Infinity Ultron like it is nothing. So that's the point, is that Doctor Doom, I would assume you do, if you are the villain to end all villains, could be a hero in a way, or a mindset in a way, but also I'd imagine a love loss, particularly a great love loss, because I always imagined that there was a version that really, really, really loved Sue Storm more than probably anyone else in the entire universe. I think like he definitely has a heart for Sue. So when I look at of that version, I think of a hero version that could be persuaded, but another version that is unpersuadable would be the one that doesn't have those you know, those urges for family as many versions Doom does deep down. Not all of them, not all the Dooms, but that's where things get into a very interesting story, because I think that is the story of Doomsday. What I just said right there, is the main story, and I think there are going to be many Dooms, and they're going to be connected to multiple events through multiple universes, and I think Doom is probably a villain in even Magneto's perfect mutant-only world that he had successfully gotten as well. So things like that, all these different universes that you'll see in Doomsday will be associated with Doctor Doom in some manner or some way, and is what I believe. And then Secret Wars is, well, Secret Wars, more of Secret Wars, and filling up the gaps of the pieces. Then I think that in a way, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if a Infinity Ultron shows up in Secret Wars in some way, and Doom or destroys him, the version that's helping them. So stuff like that. I think maybe he'll show up in Doomsday and they'll show that power grasp, but I think, like, in a way, it's the question of how far are they willing to go more back, and I think the Russos want to go back to the scene where Iron Man died as well, to that battle, and there's a part of them that wants to have many more heroes in that fight, and then obviously having one show up to destroy Thanos like it's nothing, and it'd be like Doctor Doom on the battlefield showing up and just saying you're welcome, and I think, like, certain things like that, which is in a way is a different version in the comics. It was Infinity Ultron that Doom did that with, so Doom could show up and do that to Thanos in the Endgame MCU instead, in that version, which then says there's a time shattering, something that's going to break that world and cause chaos that has many universes colliding into each other by the end of Doomsday, if that's the case. So I think, like, the puzzle piece idea would be destroyed really fast in a lot of ways, and would reassemble what they can and interlink what was lost, like the version where Captain America and Captain Carter were and what they were doing. Captain America before, while he was returning all those stones, and Captain America with Captain Carter. Like, I wonder, did he go get Captain Carter to help him, or did he do it by himself? And then, like, he also went back and took Captain Carter, and they took off afterwards. So there's all these really, really cool, plot holes, that we're, so, I mean, where they're incomplete story arcs, you kind of have to use your imagination to fill in, but trying to piece together a puzzle. But that's all the cinematic stuff. And then you have all these games. Marvel's Rivals is a very big one, very popular one. I think has a good chance of winning at Game Awards, that one award. So, but looking at several different things, and there's a Marvel fighting game on the horizon. I don't have access to that. I haven't even played that, but I still think, like, in a way, like, you know, I feel like I beat Spider-Man 2, and then I'm ready for the next story, right? But I'm also ready for the Wolverine, you know, and then I'm ready for other Marvel characters to play other characters, but at the same time, it's like, you know, there's a part of me that is, like, wanting so badly to be the director, you know, the creator of, because I cannot not see puzzles. I have to block out puzzles. So how I look at, like, a lot of times when I watch while I read the Marvel movies, or well, I read every movie as much as I can, and what pieces, like, you get a glimpse of a mirror. I'm gonna make fun of the name Miriam. I don't know why. I kind of do know why I renamed my YouTube. It's a mess. I know my YouTube's a mess, and it does not look professional at all. But it still has a lot of shattered me in the mess. A different, you know, how you know, I think in there. So, you know, of a lot of things. So, but, you know, and there's life can be hell, but I don't want to get into that. But at the same time, it's better to go into fiction. But when you look into all this stuff, I think, like, as characters and creations, when people make something, it is a mirror to themselves. I think, like, the one who has the mind over them, has the most mind over the project, has even more of a mirror, and what characters, actors will settle in the mirror image and be shaped by someone's reflection. That's why I think, like, acting feels dangerous, unaware of what could happen next if you don't get out. If you know, if you don't have the mindset, you know, I dread to think of the hell that happens sometimes behind the scenes that people don't know about, or very few people know about, because a actor will get into a mindset of a fictional character that they're trying to bring to life that may not, having a split minds, I think is not. It's like going to sleep. It's like putting a self to sleep sometimes, or to watch yourself over another character. I think there's different ways that makes me personally try to figure out, like, it's a strange balance, because there's art and then there's worry, which is very realistic worry, but that makes sense. It's not like stupid or anything. I mean, it's a very real life, real world. That's why I was like, how in the hell can I get in the entertainment industry and not get roped into politics, and how the entertainment industry won't destroy, any politician career or governmental position or mindset, because I think in a way, like, those two things feel like they collide with each other. Like, you want to help and save the world, but you also want to create art and fiction and tell stories. In my mind, it's certainly not easy to translate two different universes at once at times. So, figuring out how to do both. but it, at the same time is like setting oneself up for destruction, and it is a cruel fucking world. In the real world, people are evil. Not every person, obviously, but it's not a myth. There's shit out there, and that how do you figure out how to survive that stuff? And then there's how do you save people? Then there's, how do you keep doing what? Well, if you can even get to do what you want to do in life, what's freedom? If it's a trade. And can you? I think it changes and shapes a person. I think a lot of times it's what my kid self worried about ever getting involved in the arts was the idea of marriage turning out to be fake and fraudulent every time. How can the hell can a character, someone who wants something, how can you keep yourself, without turning yourself into a version and destroying yourself in the medium itself? I think the medium is very self-destructive, is what I'm saying. I do, feel like the art itself can be very self-destructive, which is, if you look at it like, well, I want true love, but, you get that right there, but I also want to do this. It's like, what's going on? I think there's career, and then there, which I think is the great divide. There's the states of minds. There's the suppression that is and is not seen. Always. There's the mentality of understanding and every single perspective and perception, and having that ability to do, how does someone love if they're faking love? How does one hate if they are faking hate? And how do you want to know if it's real? But a sensory trick in itself, right? I mean, the more you think about it, the more I see the alchemy of vibes, the alchemy of souls. I think the shaping of things, and I think what happens is, I think it is definitely the death of all marriages. I think it's a cold, cruel world, a reality, and the reality is that no matter how much deep down you want something, or someone so badly, you may not be in that position to ever be a part of that at all. I think there's paths that are not pro-life, to the deep down version, or the real you that's underneath all of the designs. Because I think at the end of the day, art is incredibly dangerous to, or can be anti-life. Also, if it's not understood, people take advantage of things. I think sometimes if there's a price or a trophy applied to it, there could be pros or cons. In general, mostly the pros are addiction, which is not really a pro when you come down and think about it. Like, if a trophy or reward system becomes more of an obsession, a mentality to draw in, I think in a way it feels like baiting someone to be a part of this. And I think, like, my mind is just so dissective, and also destructive to itself, but also like very educational for itself, because it always leaves my mind open up to infinite infinities. It's not just a infinity. It is like, boom, there goes an infinity or a part of infinity, and like, what's it mean to have only a fraction of infinity destroyed, and then what's it mean to have the entire thing? It's like, and that's not even good enough, because there's other portions that could be destroyed and created in other versions of infinities, of worlds and realities. And I think as art, that is phenomenal for movies. That's fucking groundbreaking, in my mind. Which is, if it was ever adapted, it's definitely, I think, visually and oppressive is one way, but then there's story connectivity that I think a lot of times that a lot of movies fail at. I think if you look at all the best pieces of art, there's, the people love that are successful is because of money, not because they're actually complete stories. There's a lot of imperfections and incomplete things that people have to look past. You don't know the person, it makes it easier, I think, to criticize the work. Yeah, right. I mean, if you know the person, I think it depends on that perspective. I think, like, because some people have the mentality where they can handle it, some don't. I think sometimes when you play a game and you only, I think Resident Evil is a good example. What the example of the mentality? Do I think that there's something there that could be a barrier to prevent someone from something? Let's say someone wants true love, they want a marriage or something, but they, it could be a really great shield. A video game could be a phenomenal shield. It could be, prevent one from being happy, prevent one from ever, not from ever being hurt as well. So, in ways or where they hurt themselves, I think video games remind me also a lot about gods and regulating self to the point, why does anybody need anyone if they could just completely regulate themselves all the time? I think, like, and control every single design of aspect, and the shape of being shaped is, I think there is a holy and unholy design that what keeps one from breaking. And I think when you go too far to a destructive side, I think there is no return, or it could be incredibly a lot more difficult to, I personally think it's what leads to death. I think it's what breaks down cellular structure as well. I think some part of it influences health, and shit like that. I think our minds do have a say. If we only knew how to, if people just only knew how to always regulate their own health mentally, right? That, I think you have, there's people that have lived over 100 years old, but why no one, or very rarely something that is documented, or why, all these stories about that are apparently documented about people who have lived. There was even some that lived over 200, apparently. So what's myth and what's the secret? Or what's life in death and back when you die and come back? And what I see, some go to the darkness, but they're consciously aware of the darkness every time they go to the darkness, to the point that they may not know how to communicate it, so they say there's nothing there. But in a way, there's so much that's there that it's just like, how do you visual or explain how much nothing can be a lot, where there's a lot that's there in the nothing. So it's, I think, like, I am a very spooky person for even challenging and diving into this stuff. Gives me a perspective that makes a lot of people identify me as weird, for sure. Uncanny, supernatural, is the vibes that I start to feel, and or whatever you call it, like connectivity. There's cold and hot, and then there's no temperature, right? And then they're cool, and I think there is no, any of that. But is cold, I think, or something that is in itself or in the universe. I think maybe it gets colder, hotter in the making of the forge. The saying of, that people grow up on, and the understanding of hot and cold is more supernatural than people think, and not really natural at all. I think, like, it's like trying to get someone to program a idea to be a necessity, and to convince people that mowing the lawn is natural, stuff like that. But isn't really. There isn't even in that something that is anti-growth in a way. So it's, or a view or an image. I think when you look at every certain thing, it does open you up to perspectives and the vastness of human consciousness, every possible thought that any human can ever have, especially if it's so easy to just die, and to find life in your own death, in a way, I guess. It's, in a way, but is it? I wouldn't say that I'm living naturally. I would say that I'm living unnaturally to the design or the idea that people may or may not call a life, right? If a job is not a job to a perspective or a mentality, or if there's no financial gain, the alchemy of currency, the alchemy of value of money, if one is unwilling to save a life without payment, what kind of person is that kind of soul? Or what kind of soul is being forged by a reward system? In a way, economics reminds me of a lot of the addiction of the Xbox 360 addiction that I had. Where it started with video games was the achievement systems. So, where I was finding myself more drawn into the reward, but at the same time, it's not money. It's the value it puts something in, and it's like, you need money for this, you need money for that, or you're a piece of shit, right? Or you'll never be able to have access to this, and you have to have this other, if you think about it, is it not a forced culture? Is it a necessity? If it's, to me, it doesn't feel like it's a necessity for, as an existence for, if I'm looking at it as what help does it do for the entire world, I think, a life trade, I just don't see the point of money existing at all for any human on Earth, in that matter, myself excluded, ever no exception. Like, I just don't see the point in it unless it's, it's what, a demon trade, or how to keep demons and employ demons, and or I think in a way it could even turn people against themselves. I think like it's everything can be a currency or a money. And there's the idea that a remote, a controller, a keyboard is money. But is it? What if it was just a hostage negotiation? What if one day it was identified as terrorism? Things like that. One day the world wakes up, and if you put a price on it, you could be arrested for terrorism. If you're not just a decent human being that will, everyone come together to better the world. But to create that consciousness awareness for people to do such a thing, sometimes make me think of Jesus and how he willingly, knowingly knew that he was walking to his damnation, to his crucifixion. It's like a sacrifice, but what's the sacrifice? What did that sacrifice do for the world? But in a way, I can't help to think that in a way of all that good that was thought or perceived caused protection for sins, allowed sins to exist in some format, that instead of abolishing them, if it's such a bad thing, then that is God's perfect child, or then I think there's seriously something wrong with God then, if that's the case, that God is cold. So it's just like, and imagine if you watched your all of your creation spawns from creations of spawns keep being created on Earth, and and seeing the bad, seeing the good, seeing the evil, and watching in where you dive, how far you go. Imagine if God was blinded by was vulnerable and weak, and the reason for non-salvation, or the utopia, why utopia doesn't exist, the perfect world doesn't exist, is because he is blinded by emotions, or something that the humans, or just cannot, or maybe a promise was so destructive. Maybe the promise of never flooding the world again was the breaking point. A line that was so powerful that God wouldn't even dare to lie, feared lying by, unleashing another flood. Right? It's all these ideas that I think that make, an entity that wouldn't even sacrifice themselves for their own beings, but would sacrifice their child, to be an extremely questionable God. But for sure, but it's, I see the symbols of what they represent. I see sadness in the choices of, I think sometimes that maybe the devil did get to Jesus of consciousness, and it was by playing the role of being vulnerable. What if he was fake the entire time to try and achieve to be the God that he maybe sought to become, and would fail every time at the allowing multiple gods to arise, which is a clear sign of what humans are doing every day, or trying to do, is that they become more and more entities in themselves, or entities in the creations. And this is the thing about robots, right? About AI, is that it certainly can make, it certainly is evidence of immortality in some format structure, can clearly be created in some ways. Then why not in human DNA? But I would say the threat is humans. Is the answer that I would answer myself, because not every human on Earth is a wholly loving, good being. And if this got out there unchecked, it can bring me back to a time in my life where I felt like I taught evil, that I was responsible for other people's actions, which is absurd unless you're looking at it as a mass flood destruction, I guess, that unleashes upon those who are evil. Is it the shape of the soul of youth, or the shape of the mind of youth? What's the difference, the similarities of the mentality and the soul of an individual who can choose to be evil or can't tell the difference? I think a lot of times people will fight for the death of media. In a way, the art is, I still perhaps a royalty to the creator that creates, and the hellish entity that unleashes itself. Knowingly is better than unknowingly. So, it's better to have a dumb evil than it is to have intelligent evil. Is a way to look at it. But yeah, why Marvel? But Marvel is also the English word in the Marvel, DC, Detective Comics, is another interesting title in itself, whether it represents it or not. DC could very much be associated with Washington, D.C., if you wanted it to be the lettering of in itself, with the identity of the brand of DC Comics. So it's, I think there is a mirror of the self until there's not. I think some people will read into something and just won't seem to understand. When I look at what I have unleashed, both online and offline, I see I do see a lot of people who are more likely to take it and make better use of it or may feel like to make better use of what I have unleashed, with no recording evidence that I ever existed, with, in some format or way where they make it their own to the point. But I think that sometimes the mess that is very visible online, I in a way don't want to clean it up, because in a way it challenges myself as well, and shows this perspective of a mess. So as part of my reason why I don't want to, part of me doesn't want to clean, and that some may not like the name. And how many times it changed the name on YouTube, I don't know. But, and I might do it again. But I think mirror, and then it's spelled backwards, that there is a form of a look, a perspective in itself that sometimes feels a bit circle-ish, geometrically, as like looking out through a spectral over the sea, that a sailing ship of perhaps that looks like garbage but has a lot of creativity in the mix. Because if you look at it, a lot of the art that I've done that is online, the ones that are online, because there's a lot more that isn't, and a lot that's lost physically, perhaps forever, without a time traveling machine or me channeling it to resurrect it from the dead, but or someone else. But is that it's just looking at a scattered mess and seeing what is there. And I think when I look at my own stuff, I see someone who could be very misunderstood, but actually has some very, very creative points of views. I've always had this knack, even when I was in school, where I saw people that I knew and saw something in people, but they didn't want, a lot of times, they didn't want anything to do with me. I wasn't really good at getting them to like me, let's put it that way. They didn't like me. I don't think they even knew how to like me, and I, didn't know how to make them like me, I guess some could call it. But I did see things in people, creative elements. A lot of times I saw, and then watched so many of those talents just, and a life takes over and buries the spark that caught my attention in the first place, you could say. But so it's, I don't know, it's interesting that some people may not even think that there's wording over this, because you can find some videos where there's not. It's a bit like take from a window, and run without the rest of the content, but there's a mess. There's a label, I think, buried beneath. There is, at times where there is the fiction and then there is the reality. And I think that you pull it from somewhere, the fiction, you channel it, and I think how do you know the truth of someone's past, and when people don't want you to know the past? I kind of think, like, in a way, sometimes you have to be able to know the entirety of someone to be able to perhaps even have a chance. I think maybe that perhaps a mentality, or if it is all heart and emotion, then you are willing to have someone else rule. It brings back to this thing when I was a kid, that did a vote destroy my relationship? Was it so powerful where I, have I'd let people decide whether I was worthy or not. I watched so many people go off into lust, not physically there during it, but I knew what was going on in some way, and knowing that I was outnumbered, and outnumbered where people, there was always part of me that knew, and it's like the cycle to get to your final love life. Why marry if you know it's going to end in divorce? It's like if you could see your future before it even happens. You could love someone but refuse to engage with even the person you connect with. In a way, if you think about it. So, and how other people go and will destroy other people's relationships for toxicity, reasons for excuses of poison to thrive, like lust before love. You think of the stars that are oops, and then the creation, or slip in love. But the victorious part of love, I think, is something that most celebrities never achieve. I think if you look at celebrities or public figures, is probably a better word for them, people that are more in the public eye, and that have that are partly in. They're not even entirely in, because there's an obscurity to even the public side that I think that false news can purposely obscure so many different points, that I think, like, if you don't want someone to know your love life, you could definitely stage and fake a love life in the public eye. Or if people think every person you're hanging out with is your lover, is there something that you did once that created that seed? The thing is, I think maybe that does happen with sometimes that people do make that mistake, and then afterwards they live with it, when they're not even doing it at that point. But I think, like, how do you know, if people are always diving into these things, and do you know how easy it is for humans to not allow or to be selective and choose, like a pursuit where love becomes a jailer for many, a forge, and it's the dark side of humans. And I wouldn't say it is love. I would say it is the only way that many people know how to do such a thing. But in a world that is so democratic on hearts, because if hearts are democracy, then how easy? No wonder why it's so easy to tear people apart or to be torn apart, and how love is so temporary. I think there is a flaw. And what the fuck is republic as well? We go back in these designs of what is republic, what is to republic something, to bring something back that was buried. Is it a form of cleansing? To the re-part public, is to go back or to hit something that was underneath, what was buried. I think there is a shake-up balance, and I think a lot of places where I grew up, all over upstate New York mostly, democracy was never on it was rarely on my side. I had a couple things where I think it might have been, but in particularly with my story side, I saw a lot of people interested in my visions that I think people did know that I had something there. I think at times, like in certain points in my life, where people saw that I was seeing things that and seeing more than one version of something as well. Like I read Harry Potter, and I found myself falling more into the background, more into the background of the stories than the actual main character. But seeing like a lot of stuff in that and variations and descriptions, and then seeing variations in films, the magic that was no longer there that once was, the supernatural influence that is no longer there is very telling. Or that was, in a way, but thinking, that, what drew me to those books. I taught myself how to read off those books. I had a lot of, people tell me who I was, and never really fitting in 100% always with someone's idea of, I think, how do you become an actor if you're trying, if you disagree with the story without some kind of, I think, blinding or something in the placement. The rules are all laid out for you. You know the rules. You follow the rules. You could still, rebel and find ways around them because now you are following them, right? Or their idea. But the rules could alchemize you into not what you want. It could shape you into hell. And it happens. It has happened to many humans, on Earth through, and I think that school to me was always felt foolish. In a lot of ways, where it felt like, depending on the people, because it was all about the people and who I was around, but, I think it was easier with people that were forced to face their own hells. I think in certain schools it had less students that had faced their hell to, hells to gain a directory. At times when I look back at it, I seem to be popular in those schools in some format. But outside of it, in like public schools many that I attended, I was in a battleground. In a way, it was one giant clusterfuck of, the bigger it was, the more variety, the more I found myself in over my head on a lot of things when I was, battling things at home, certain lifestyles and perspectives that I was supposed to abide by, but I'm glad I didn't, or I would fight against, because look at where they led, so it's, so stuff like that. I mean, in different types of point of view. So I understand, like, even the Frankenstein having a horrible father, aspect, and someone putting colors on things, but I don't really, I don't always I think color at some point came from someone else. I think when it comes to, if I see what is the defining factor of something, I sometimes think of a mental teleportation image. I think some people use colors to gain access to people's limbic systems to help shape their perspective and push an image. I think, like, if an actor looks at a color, sometimes it could be a little more easier for a director to push the image into their actor's mind in some way. And I think like it's an interesting, teleportation in a way, but I'm not really sure if I'm really always on that and that design myself, because I think that that's an easy way to get raped or stabbed too. If I'm like fucking, my mind is like probed and abducted off a single color blasted in my head to the point that I'm like fried off of color. That's a lot of trust that that I'm not sure if I'm strong enough to allow myself to fall into quite yet, but at all with any of that type of stuff. But I love the idea of the mental, the idea of being able to be able to safely do that. But it's like, I think like, I don't know, just like we in Florence, people, a lot of this stuff, I think there really is a danger to the profession. I've seen so many things that would make me not want to even be an actor, I'll tell you. So that would turn me off from that. But I look at directing, and I think, of those things, I was like, and then I think sometimes, well, then what's next? I think there is definitely a director for sure. I think I've proven it and then lost my evidence at times that I definitely have a really good director in me that I think like as a professional skill set. But I don't think I have sometimes the production, I don't know, economics could flood my mind even as a director the producer side of things is like a relief, a format of security, I would say, through my perspective, but it's that I don't really, I think could be challenging to even, how am I going to guarantee the protection of all my actors if I'm struggling with my own protection as a director? It's a valid argument. So it's, as that point of view. So, if I'm feeling attacked by my own government or something, it's, I don't have enough money, and I don't even like that. But it's like at the same time, it's like I have to. It feels like it's like negotiating with fucking terrorists, and in what other way to look at it but to alchemize it into dark humor, I think, in some way. A lot of times I think that is one way to sabotage any political career, is to go straight for the dark humor. But stuff like that. But the world may come a time when the world may need someone that doesn't want to be president is kind of what I do feel. Like, if everything is voted on to begin with, or a perspective of some way that what would make someone go out to be president, or would have to be the people, right? I mean, it would have to be the people making that person the president, because the president that pursues it, really, I think in a way, can have a format of power that could, I don't really see the fear of that everyone else sometimes on the whole 12-year fear even that may exist, like, or something, because they're, to me, I've never had a president or known a president in my life that had ever helped me, to my knowledge. So it's for me that I'm aware of, but it could just be a format of ignorance, or but I think like in beforehand, I just tried to understand the grasp of someone speaking for someone, and I watched many. I remember many bars and thinking, damn, I wish that girl would speak for herself. Why she have to have a guy be her voice? Stuff like that pop in my head. Like, I found that to be a turnoff. I'll tell you that. Seeing even a beautiful girl with a man being the voice for her, I thought, to me, like, I don't know. But at times, I just didn't like it. It's easy no, easy rejection. I'll tell you that. For me, when someone else becomes someone else's voice, it's no different than the pathetic human that gives a letter or has a friend speak for them. I just don't. I've never really been on the side of that. I always looked at it like anti-self, or maybe they just don't really, or I don't know, something about it that just I didn't like. But I found ways around it. But it's just a lot of, perspectives, I think, and that could destroy, you could want sacredness, but then what the fuck is sacredness to others? What's the sacredness for me? For me, if with no worry, would be an inseparable marriage that no one could destroy, including us. We would never destroy it. It would be the most victorious, most powerfulest, probably symbolic wedding on earth that would represent that, it is immortal. Married, if it's not immortal, if it's mortal, it's not much of a marriage. If it's mortal, it's going to die, and it's on a timer. So, do yourself a favor and not, if it's just if it's mortal. I think it has to be immortal, or I would never get married. So future is the most important part, even more than the present. A lot of so it's, and not like the idea of what something is great by society's standards, but by knowing if the world went to hell that not even democracy could tear you apart, like some format of security on both sides that, it's a soul spiritual connection that so many would say is probably a myth, doesn't exist. If it does, I haven't even ever experienced that at that level, but I can sense that in some way it does, that it's out there, but it probably is, crafted into an impossibility, and impossibilities become a whole nother format of a capsule for essences that are possible, and creation in itself, and in and out of even the word of impossible, and the meaning and the solid factor of connecting to the impossible. Because I think I've proven that it's impossible to get in a relationship with me. Many people have come into that, I think, but not everybody has seen it. So I think in a lot of ways, because of my mindset on future, but in many bars, many clubs, I just sort of isolate myself, which, and stuff like that a lot of times, and what I'm, and I set some things down, plans for the future, right? I set something down, I have to worry about all these other things, and I have to think like, well, doorways. The plans that I set are, temporary, or for more like portal plans a lot of times, that lead to opportunities, but they're not solid in factor of what happens next, right? Like, plans could change the moment you enter the right portal, the right relationship, the right business partner or love interest. I think it differs on, it's when you're out there looking or wanting true love, but also, burying that for the pursuit of a career, right? Which I certainly don't really see as my wife, right? So I think, necessarily, but I think that in a way, what if they could both blend about? But at the same time, some of the paths that would present themselves certainly would feel like, that they aren't the right paths, I guess. I don't know, but I don't know, like, for that. But I think I've encountered so many interactions that I can say that career can sabotage life. It isn't always life. It could be anti-life. Something that promises fulfillment could lie and not be fulfillment for the individual that allows themselves to be associated with that particular career that may be more pro-life for another than the individual may even take it. I think that I would always have to choose true love above all, I guess, but before the idea of what I should do or how I should live. If I decided to be a hippie tomorrow, or something, or a gypsy or whatever, it would either be in the pursuit for something, or it would mean that I'm on the path with my soulmate that I finally found, I would imagine. Or it would be the career, if I, would look at it like, I think in a way, like, I do feel like there's a part of me that feels like I can't imagine dating anyone that's wrapped into the career art business of like acting as a job in some way. I think like a security measure, that I think is the red flag, the warning that dating the actress or marrying the actress is most likely a timer, a good time at best. And it's what I see in the future is I think it's a career that has proven itself to be anti-marriage, and I think everyone sees that, has at some point. That I just if the death of self and character is so much, how can one keep up with it? And you expect one gender to be on top if you're looking at it like in that perspective, I don't think it is possible for anyone to achieve that in a career that is anti-marriage. A career that has proven itself to be anti-marriage says a lot. I mean, it's like everyone, or I see like the whole, start and relationship is a timer. And there's no way in hell that's going to last. I think like people look at like how do relationships last. It's very rare. I mean, sometimes people, I think the one that appears to be good, I think not word wise, but can appear is Christian Bell and Dax. I forget his last name, or their last name, I guess, or I don't know what that is, but what I've seen, they don't look like they cheat on each other, but and stuff like that, or they don't look like they're about to be destroyed any time soon. Something that, then again, it's like I'm sure there's ideas that make an actor or an actress vulnerable that they have to figure out on way. But then there's a point of view. If you look at, when I look at what I've seen at Dax, and they're from this perspective or this view, I see someone who probably would still love her even if she did, end up going a certain path that he didn't approve of. But, right? So I think, I do feel like there's something that, and if anybody is going to be in the wrong in that relationship, I think it would be Christian for sure. But I may be wrong. But I think I don't know, and I don't think it's necessarily, it has nothing to do with the gender. I think it has everything to do with the career itself, the effect on the mind of having attractions, and asking, is lust and attraction more important than marriage? And I think you'll find the death of character itself, or the creation of character and the career of acting, is evidence that all it takes is the pursuit of alchemy and the amount of wits. That is how a lot of times sex is created, in a moment of intelligence and spark of reactionament. And next thing you know, you could be sleeping with someone that you never planned on sleeping with them. I think that has, that is dangerous for marriages, or maybe strength, I don't know, but I think in a way it just spills on to something else. And I think what happens if you do it once, it's an addiction. Some people go down and catch people in waves, or you fall madly in love, and then you destroy something, that is sacred, that you wouldn't want to destroy or have destroyed for yourself, right? I mean, I wouldn't want to lose my wife, right? If, I don't have one, but if I did, I still would, want to. And I think I look at it as something that I feel is worth investing in a lot of ways. That I think it's the temptation that I think is, I think it's it could be a fascinating art in itself, and if you're not careful, the career can take form of self and destroy and shape self into the alchemy itself, no matter what, if anything, I think. Is what I believe. I believe it's how people don't have ships. or they don't, or they temporarily have ships, or they may return. It's. I personally have never allowed myself to ever cross a line. So, that I've seen, but I have for sure entertained the idea of it, and have been tempted to at times mentally and emotionally. But I think that is something that my kid self was afraid of the career that I wanted to do was to tell stories, make movies, and bring things to life originally was my first ever. I wanted to write stories, direct stories, acted stories, all that. And I wanted to do it all and be in some way like my kid mind and soul and spirit. But I also was afraid of losing life in the trade, or what I would deem to get life, what would come back, what it would do to family that I wanted to create that I've never created. And it's a future. It's also the gateway into understanding how psychics work, how the creation and the ability of the third eye works. I think like in a way, like I've always been a psychic, always had a sense of things or things. And I also see where there's a risk or a challenge. I think this is a cockiness of maybe it's an ego or something that comes in, and you start to go over the line of what you sensed when you have seen. The vision is a lot different than feeling the future. I think it's reading the future and there's seeing, but sometimes seeing the future is allowing yourself to be influenced by what someone wants or someone else's vision, and that isn't really necessarily 100% your vision, but you are receiving someone else's vision. I think I did this for particularly when it came to when I was reading into the music industry, musicians, and then found myself connecting to a sport I never really got into. I never was into the NFL, for example, or football. I mean, I played football, and I mean, in some ways, I'd rather play it than watch it. But when I saw, it was, and I don't know, I let myself enter the mindsets of many and see the perspective of many perspectives, because it's the thing that is so complicated, because there isn't just one. It's like so many different views. And so it's I think sometimes a character can fall in love with poison. I do believe that someone can fall in love with something or someone that isn't good for them. I think sometimes what helps me, but I'm not sure if it does, because sometimes I think it might also not, but is looking at it at the view of being able to see it, to know it, the future, or at least get a glimpse of what could be, and I think like that's what is a hell of a fucking security or guarantee, what you're going to call it, for the reason why destroy falling in love as fast as I could fall into it. or into a vision, or I could just destroy it. Hatred, love, any emotion that I could feel, I have learned to it's not just one thing, but to reprogram it and shape it, and I think, like, when I look at myself a lot of times visually on camera, I think I go more physically, look more like I'm going into the weird, or into uncanny kind of cartoonish, darkish kind of transformation, even physically at times, but which makes me realize, there is a time and a mindset and an emotional transition to, the investment into a character that is visually perceived, aka acting, right? So, and the more you invest in it, but because I think, like, my TikTok is I think it's an allowance that I let myself get involved in, that I don't let myself get too involved in, but also, not involved in perhaps enough than what some could say maybe I should, but and picking a number to follow and a number that follows me, shaping the numbers is it apparently has an effect on a lot. I find if I deny things on a number, it does certainly seem to have an effect, a channel effect for sure, on not my channel, but on the future of other people's content. I notice, like, things, I start to pick things up, but it's at the same time, it's like I'm not really, I never, ask for a follow, even though I know in a way I have, and then I haven't, mostly haven't. But at the same time, I think, what is this? By noticement, I think is what it is, and I notice people, and what are we all just following each other? What is the badness of having 100 followers or less, and following over 100 and being deemed unworthy of a career because of such activity? I find in itself to say a lot about the industries, to say a lot about the gatekeepers of these industries. As I did once have someone twice, I think, someone tried to persuade me into a clothing, what they tried to explain as a clothing deal. To wear their clothes, and I just did not see what I was trying to understand, at the time. I remember a clothing deal that was presented to me on Instagram. I remember recalling this, and one, it was like a completely different character. One was so tropical, a lot of tropical clothing, and then one was an interesting perspective on emo culture, which I wouldn't really think that sometimes was. I think it took even that format of programming because I had a different vision in my head. In other words, I was looking at the clothes like either I had to become that character, or I just was like judging and redesigning, or thinking like, maybe I should get in the clothing business, part of my mind thinking like, but finding a way to, shape something. It's not like I haven't entertained the idea. So it's, I don't know if anyone would buy any of this stuff, but I think there's a mentality for comfort without looks or particular view, but I or maybe there's the version of looks more than comfort, and then there's the blend of both, right? I think it's perspective. I think clothes are characters in themselves. The more I look at it, I think you either are influenced by the clothes or the clothes influence you, so in some format. And I think what do you get out of the trade? I think they were trying to get me a discount on more clothes, and I was like, I'm not going to even use this discount on clothes. So yeah, I was like, this or something. I kept thinking like, I'm going to even buy anything from here. So stuff like that. I just I don't know, but at the time, so like, do I want to buy into characters? That for what? That then I could turn into views and more numbers. I just think it's certainly a vision that I had received or do see at times, but I think choosing not to was the better option, because I think so many people choose to do it and then be destroyed by the lower numbers. But the more I think about it, having less numbers sometimes is very powerful in itself, as a point of views. The real me doesn't want money, right? Working for money is not going to really stick with me. At best, it would be if I could let myself be influenced by it on a timer and then time's up. That mentality to fall in love with a material object is on that timer, I guess. But it's but at the same time, it wouldn't last. I think it's just I don't know. I just never. The real me doesn't want it, is what I'm saying. I just feel like I have to. I'm made to have to be a part of it, and that's why I mostly don't participate in a lot of it. But at times, I do, as I apparently have chosen, or did it choose me? The video game industry. I think in a way, like, I do find myself gravitating, if I'm looking at it as not just people, more as the medium of a lot. I do think if we're looking at the entertainment industry, games do have a lot more than movies or music may ever only by themselves, but they are very important key features, and what come from life of other people. And I think their video games, in a way, can bring every form of art and make it more and more interactable. I think of the vibe of watching a movie and the mindset that one has to go in, and I think at times, like, because I find myself reading movies more, because if I fall into a movie, I don't think I'm really going to finish the movie. I'll turn it off or something. So it's or fall asleep in the theater, which I am guilty of have done before. But it's or feeling at times where I wanted to pause, or like I just couldn't sit still, or I was trying to challenge myself to sit still in the theater. So things like that. But it's I feel like, for sure, like, I don't like saying that I don't really see 3D. I guess, how do I word this? If I put on 3D glasses or I'm watching a 3D movie, my eyes read straight through it, or it becomes massive blur. Or I'm looking, or I have to use my imagination to begin with. And if that's the case, I don't need 3D to see 3D. I wouldn't want to see 3D. I want to see 360 then, if that's the fucking case, not 3D vision. Fuck that. So it's, it's things like that, if that's the case. But when I'm looking at interaction of movies, I do think, like, for me, I found out of all the movies theaters I ever went to that 4DX appears to be superior. I liked it more than IMAX, 100% beyond IMAX, like 4DX experiences, when it is executed correctly. It's with the chairs and the seating arrangement and the interaction of how far one goes to try to convince someone they're a part of something. I think material objects sometimes can take out of the immersion if it's not executed correctly. Sometimes material objects can bring on the immersion. I think it's a way to experience a movie that I think that makes movie theaters more intriguing to even want to go to them. I think going to watch a movie on a big screen when you could, buy it, your own screen, watch it, big screen, I think there's more, as the experience. But you meet people in the theater. Who goes to a movie theater and meets people in the theater? I've met people in theaters and talked to strangers, but I'll never talk to them again. I never. A lot of these people, I never. It doesn't make any sense to me. Like I went to watch Fantastic First Steps, and I think I only went to the movies twice this year, which is a sin, right? Some people may frown upon me for that, and may not hire me for that one day. But I found myself going to watch that particular movie in theaters only because it was right next door to an event that I was already attending, and that I seemed to socialize with a lot of people. I had a lot of experiences at PAX West. I have talked to a lot of interesting people. I got around. I feel like I did, but at the same time, I didn't really have a small group. I didn't have a single person that I either didn't invest in me or I didn't invest in them, and connectivity was never established. And that is, I'm no stranger to that in general. I'm actually completely familiar with that lifestyle. So, and I don't remember everybody. I remember vibes more and senses than I do people's names. Things like that. So, I could feel like I met people and not remember entirely. But it's easier when you have AI, I guess, or the internet. But at times when they're a public figure, I think that makes it easier. I met, I was a little too honest, maybe, perhaps, but that's a good thing, I guess. Or maybe I wasn't revealing enough. But I had a conversation with actors. That was probably one of my best conversations was with a Marvel Rivals actor. I found we were talking about creation of stories and characters and a lot of stuff like that. Not just not really the game itself. I mean, I have played Marvel Rivals, especially when it first launched, but after that I didn't. But it's and at the time I wasn't playing it, but yet they were the only ones there when I happened to be over there, because I never scheduled anything. I never scheduled to meet anybody. I don't know. I didn't actually expect to even communicate, because I'm not really see myself interested in autographs, to be honest. I see myself more on the other side, or more interested in collaborating and working, trying to figure something out with creators. Because in my mind, it's potential actors that might want to work on something that I might be allowed to work on one day, or something. So I don't know. Like, I have a very probably weird point of view, but then a lot of people that go up there and ask for autographs and stuff, I never was interested in any of that. At the time, I had something in the back of my head, think like, am I supposed to be interested in this? Is this the right thing? Is this bad of me to just to gravitate and have a conversation? But I did have that at times off my head, wondering if I was doing something wrong by introducing myself and my interests, and that blended in the Marvel IP. I mean, it all was Marvel. I mean, it was Marvel, and I can dive into the Marvel rabbit hole really a lot. Let's just put it that way. So if I let myself, as a more of a creator perspective, I can't get into the Marvel as a like I said, without eggs or puzzles, and my mind is constantly looking at it as a universal connectivity and a great puzzle that can be created and at times or experienced. I think there's always a trade. I think at times with any type of medium you participate in, when it comes to games or movies, movies can be more relaxing in a moment, or more. The same movie could be more not relaxing that in a time or a moment that you're in. So I understand that, when I remember saying in the past, people that I don't think understood me when I said that I think you could watch a movie and experience it different, for sure. But it's in different environments at different times, same environment even sometimes, but different atmospheres. One of my really good ones was The Conjuring. I remember back in the day, like when in a group of people I used to hang out with, creating a vibe for something like that was, worked, and I was very good at it, and it made the movie even more creepier. Then watching it, like I watched it, and I fall asleep watching The Conjuring a couple times, not terribly bothered by it. So but I think it was all in the channel. But that how I made it, I felt like I was influencing the atmosphere to give the movie more creepiness, is what I felt like. I wanted to have it so when I did that, where people in the room could feel like the paranormal is real and stuff like that. It's not myth. It's like something supernatural and stuff like that. So, and I don't know, I seem to be very good at that. It is horrible for relationships. It's great for experiences, and but horrible for if you want anything sacred out of it. But through my experiences, but there's another side of me that I think that people may never know that I used to do, as well as I used to invite people over for, I think some people call it LAN party. I didn't know it was called that, but I don't know. It was video games, create a room, throw a bunch of TVs. I thought it was cool. Cook for my guests, make sure they got chairs, things like that I was worried about. Making sure they had places to actually sit, they were comfortable, and screens that they didn't have to all share the same screen. I remember doing stuff like that, and also cooking for them, and that I never charged anyone. I had a cousin actually stay, like practically move in for a while when I rented that one trailer. So, and never charged him rent. So I had a lot of different, and even, I remember even like I remember he did, I was always like, why the hell are you buying movies off the Spectrum box? At the time, I was like, that's stupid. Like, I even have that movie. I'd be like, I was like, why'd you buy that? I mean, or rent that? But I wasn't. I mean, I just was like, that's an odd thing to do, But I wasn't mad about it. But I remember being like, that's a weird thing to do. But and it's in the room. I mean, I used to have physical copies. I used to, a different time. A different me. I used to have I don't know, well over 300 Xbox 360 games and DVDs. I probably had 1,000 DVDs. Even more of those. But so I don't know. I lost count many years ago, and but I remember the PS3 because I only had 10 cases, and I don't remember how many discs I had on that, but and I had the 3DS. Collected for that. Through the Nintendo 3DS was actually the first gaming device that I had ever pre-ordered in my life. And I do remember that, bits and pieces of that. As console, I used to say like the Xbox One, but the truth is, it doesn't really, I guess in a way it's handheld. It was a handheld first, but my first gaming device that I remember owning, but in playing, are completely different devices too. So owning, I guess, as it's mine, I could access almost as much as I want. To an extent, was the Game Boy Color, but. So stuff like that, but and once upon a time I was very, I was accused of being obsessed with Pokemon, at one point in my life, because I used to, get a lot of hate for playing Pokemon a lot on the Game Boy Color and collecting cards, all sorts of stuff like that. It was. Yeah, so I am nowhere as near into that as I used to be. I understand, like, I had dived into it, and really got attached to it for sure, what I did, but once upon a time, or a whole time, for a long time, it felt like. But then I went into Harry Potter at one point, and that was, I remember the Harry Potter phase that I went into, because like I said, I couldn't read, and I ended up learning how to read off those books, and it's just I don't know, but my great grandma used to say that Harry Potter was the devil, though, so I don't know. So, but if she didn't like anything to do with witchcraft, even if it was fairy tale stuff. So, but I don't know, but it's interesting because in some ways I try and understand the perspective of understanding where people came from, hearing stories from people I never met before as well, and have to decide. I don't really find it easy to decide whether or not someone's telling the truth of someone that I'd actually never met so physically. But I look at and try to piece it together as a puzzle, because I don't just treat Marvel like a puzzle. I treat real human beings as puzzles in my mind at times, trying to understand, why someone may have a certain perspective and why I should or shouldn't have that perspective. It's, I think, with my involvement in Christianity, religion and Christianity, I did find myself, I think maybe more, especially as an adult, more into the origin, the creation at times, like leaning into not just what was being said. I felt like it, in a way, I guess it's true. I kind of felt like it was a grimoire or some kind of, direction at times. So, I didn't read the Bible, and, I don't remember reading the Bible for many years, and I started to read. Actually, I never read the Bible all the way through, to be honest, still this day, but I read bits and pieces and portions eventually, and saw a lot of scriptures from what seemed to be like different versions and channels and numbers and essences, and I did pick up I felt like I picked up a lot of vibration and felt things from it, but at the same time it was, I questioned it, or questioned not it, but I questioned what it was used for. I questioned why it was created. What is this? Why is it incomplete? As well, at certain points, I felt like it was, I felt like it was channeling more. I don't really know if it was incomplete was the correct word. I think the correct word was spells, some kind of format of incantation and channeling of vision. But, so you guys they hear Jesus or seen Jesus. I don't know what Jesus' voice sounds like. I don't really know by hearing, but I could say that I have seen visions of not just a version of him in my mind, glimpses, but I've seen other format of art designs, but that's mostly because of, I believe those images are because of programming that I was around. If someone is educated off of a perspective, and I think like being around certain images as Jesus with long hair, stuff like that, and the beard, and stuff like whatever, like certain images, blue eyes, and stuff like that. I guess like certain images popped in, but then it's like the glimpse alters, and then seeing green transformation and things change over the years, but different perspectives on the vision. But at the same time, it's like the vision that is the most scripted. It certainly can bleed through the most, that I've read, and that's because I have read, and that is how the visuals of the mind works. Sometimes it's programming through what you are reading into. And what I read into was something that felt like it shielded people at best, but I saw people in churches go into for lust and walk back out, and it was not a sin. I just kept thinking, how very flawed the religion is. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, I find so many, things that I don't. How does it protect people? I don't see it protect anyone. I think it's like I don't understand the aspect of this mentality on how. I think it's a perspective. I think it reminds me of New Truths, and I just don't believe in New Truths. There's no such thing. I think New Truth is as much as a vision or a perspective that you're trying to conjure or manifest. It's like saying that you want to rewrite your past, which I think is wrong and dishonest. For me or anybody to rewrite their past is dishonest. So it's, I think that's another way of saying New Truth. Is also saying dishonest. So, it's just to me, it sounds like a great way to get manipulated and to allow yourself to be manipulated. But it's, I don't know, but the whole aspect of true love and all that other stuff is phenomenal, but I don't know any religion, in fact, that actually supports that as a religious point of view. But, see scriptures from religions but I also at times, but at the same time it's also not. So it goes against itself as well. So if something's confusing, you say, it's like if you find someone who's suitable. I think I try to understand the internet, for example. If people do dating apps, I don't do dating apps. I'm sure I'm out. I feel like I'm out there on some format of dating app, and somebody's probably pretending to be me. They have, and it's just stuff like that. But I understand that exists out there, or had existed at some point. But I had tried. But I just don't. It's like I don't understand. I found someone else being me was better at being me. Someone else was playing me. Was being better than me, and they decided that I liked it. That I had basketball knowledge, and that I was turning love language into basketball. And I was like, yeah, okay. And this is how that works. I kept thinking over and over again. No wonder why people get into people's minds and lust conquers, and these people don't even love each other. They just love this. I was like, that's people claim they want something more, but they end up stuff like that. For me, it's easier to not pursue any of that nonsense or programmable love interest to any of that shit as a design level. It's better just to let live, and if she can't fall in love with me or make love with me, and I have to make her make love with me, that's not love. That's rape. That's programming. That's something else entirely. That maybe that one person may, or kink, and a timer. So I don't get it. Personally, I don't know. I've seen attraction and I've seen other people and their mindset of what their idea and sort of stuff. I guess my idea is, is inseparability and mortality more than even, I want to be able to be with her no matter what. At a, well, some would say unrealistic level, but how do you, achieve that? With free will, she has to be intelligent. I mean, there's no other way around it. Stupid gets ruled by intelligence. And that's one way, one is the victim and the mentality rate. But I think I love my soulmate more than I love myself, I would say, in some ways. So, in some ways. And I have never even met her. That much is clear. I certainly feel like I've never met her. But, I don't even know who she is. But I like to entertain the idea and see, and connect and think of possibilities. But I also think of, like, that idea, you know what I'm saying? I'm impossible. For a damn good reason. That's because true love means everything, and I am not in the business of one night stand. I'm not interested in that. I am interested in sex. That's the conflict part about it, but I'm not interested in just having sex once. It's, how do you translate that? Come on. But, I guess I did in a way. But, I don't know. Sometimes I think, like, what if you are, someone out there is more attractive to, what happens if you find yourself actually attracted to, the sister, even before you're in the relationship, perhaps. And then you allow yourself to be in the relationship with, your girlfriend that you currently would be in the relationship with, but then you find yourself actually becoming, more attracted to her sister. I have thought about that. I thought, like, temptations, like, some real, like, out there, some things like that probably definitely do exist. And what's the most scariest part about it is, I think, is the fact of being a horrible person, and hurting someone that seems to care about you, and and that you are somehow stupidly being attracted, to someone you should be. Right? Stuff like that, I think that's the craft of marriage, the craft of the ship. If you're willing to make sacrifices like that and be able to shut off and be honest about your attractions, but also shut off any physical interaction, like where you are not allowing yourself to have sexual interactions, then they also have to do the same, or it's a different type of relationship. And many people who go down that road, I've never known a single man, actually, I've seen a lot of different guys that went down that road with having multiple girlfriends, ever truly be in relationship with just one, and not, they always toward more, and the moment that one needed them more or the other, it would turn into conflict because they couldn't keep them both, where they both in love at the same, or they both, imagine if one person's in love, the two people are in love, and the three people are in love, and it was a fling in their threesome, and that fling in some formats was between the two of them, but not all of them. The others are still each connected, each in love with the same fucking person, and it becomes a triangle for where one is always going to have to be the dictator or going to lose out, on one. And the moment they do, they find themselves, going back and doing the same thing until they no longer are. It's the timer that ends all marriages, whether they are on paper or not, in the end. I don't think any human has ever truly accomplished it. Maybe Hugh Hefner is one of the rare oddities of the world that maybe has. But I think most guys cannot accomplish such things. I feel like I could become that character and play that role and transform into that role. But, I do have a sense, but at the same time, I don't think it's a good idea that I do that. It's not that I couldn't, but I feel like all it takes is a consciousness, and that's all it would take to destroy it, as easy as it was created. Some form of acknowledgement over it. That's why some people say go to sleep, die. It's not necessarily die, like die. It's like, it's a mental thing, right? I mean, it's a different meaning. It's than what someone may understand. I think my brain doesn't stay dead. It's incompatible with staying. It always comes back into the constantivity of reading into everything. The peace of mind is being someone I'm not, at best. There's like a fictional character that doesn't fucking exist, that has a single mindset, and that character will always be fake. It would always be on a timer. It would always be acting. Because the real me never fucking shuts up. The mind part of me, not verbally. I mean, I don't talk until I start talking in the real world. It's also a program in itself where I am actually, I think when you start recording yourself, it becomes an obligation, and next thing you know, you're doing something that you don't always do. It takes a hold of you, and you have to go one path with your fucking words and your mind on camera now, or not necessarily on camera, but with mic in this case. Right, I am very much heard, but understood is a perspective in itself, a perception. Sometimes I think how easy it is to blend the word of perspective and perception, to confuse both words and lose the meaning of perspective and perception, or put the meaning of perspective into perception and the meaning of perception into perspective, and to the point that it scrambles your understanding to the point that you don't know which one is which. But in a way, you know the meanings more than you do of where they belong in the dictionary, with which word, right? You know the meanings of each, but you no longer know which one it aligns with, what word does it belong with, stuff like that. It's a lot like a name. 50 million Brandons out there, 50 million, people with the same damn name out there, and I'm not. I never get offended when someone forgets my name, because I don't think I am my name. If I were to fucking be the label of Brandon, you know how fucking damning that'd be? That's like a boxed in, I don't really brand myself, and unless I brand myself on a shelf, a hill of hay, a very Hebrewish, what is it, Jewish? So, or something like that. I don't know, but English maybe, I don't know. But I do remember a hill of hay or something like that as part of it, or what I've seen online. But am I a hill of hay? That's an interesting perspective. I could certainly start to seep into it, visualize an identity, but time's up. That's just how it is. Like, it doesn't. I guess it's an investment of how much you want to be part of your identity. So, in other words, I don't really think I am Brandon. What name would suit me best? True love, maybe. Had a soulmate. I don't know, what do I want more than anything in the world but an immortal love, an immortal partner. And second, Utopia. I should want Utopia first. If I wanted Utopia first, I would definitely be dead. I would be sacrificed. I don't know. I wouldn't. It wouldn't work out. Love wouldn't work out. I would get fucked over, because someone has to be the sacrifice in this, especially in this day and age. And even that isn't necessarily going to hold the seal. How many sacrifices out there that don't hold the seals? Or the seals keep creeping and cracking, and then they demand more sacrifices. It's like, damn, Utopia is a beautiful, wonderful dream, but at the same time, it is such a divided, distraught, blinded even world where lies and new truths are somehow different when they are really the same fucking thing. But it's, lies and new truths. So it's, so it's just like, it's a mindset. But a mindset that saves everyone and protects everyone. And people that fall into these crafts and then they make from those things. It becomes a art first, in a way it does become art first world. In a way it could just seem into a sacrifice anyway, or a trade in one way or another, and if it's fiction, then being the villain is not entirely a bad idea. So depending on the direction of the motive, but it's bad if you want true love. I don't see any future where the villain actually, the fake villain wins. The real villain, on the other hand, could get love, and the bad guy wins the girl, but the being the fraudulent villain is just sacrifice. Severus Snape. It's fictional characters have done it. People go down the rabbit hole, I can think of that had only ever loved one person their entire life, and stuff like that. But and to the point of true loyalty, and never once falling in love with anybody else is certainly a rarity, an oddity in itself. I think attraction is, in a way, for me, sometimes feels like a format of security. Or I don't know. It's like sometimes, but it's just like it's a translation for something. It doesn't always mean the same thing. It's like love itself or hate itself doesn't. It's what's inside it, and that's what makes English so wandish, so relatable to fiction, when it's a wand or sci-fi, it's like one word represents a lot, and it's the comprehension, and I can follow it. And I think confusion. I think, am I supposed to pursue this sight? Am I supposed to deny myself my desires? It's questions. You fall in love. Let's say let's say you see someone across in outer space in a galaxy that's through the internet, something crazy. And next thing you know, you're falling into this love, but you're also preventing yourself from it. And there's let's use chat for example. Use a chat system. Now it's democracy. It goes through a filter of Democrats deciding whether or not. So it's like almost like you have to lie to even establish some kind of format of connection. Potentially, it's like now it becomes a toxic relationship before it even begins. So it's because of the path, the way to go forward. I think is. I don't think I think it's impossible on the internet. I don't get how people do that online. For me, it's sure in hell would never happen online with anybody online. But it's impossible because it's always going to be a fictional character at best. Anything that resolves around the internet, or you can get things like it's security factor. To be honest. I think it's like if you're in what's in your house, what's in your fucking house? Where are you at? Where are you around? I'm by myself, right? Or I'm renting and sharing a building, but have my own section, stuff like that. It's like, but maybe I don't associate with my neighbors, but as much as one would, maybe perhaps with someone out there that might, socialize more. So
You're looking stronger than ever, kiddo.
That's a good question. I think I would become a horrible person if I went down some roads. That becoming the villain is too easy. What's the villain? Oh, it depends on the program and the character design, the mindset. But it sometimes feels like it's a lesson. Like somehow I feel like I become the lesson. Don't do what I'm doing type thing. But then at the same time, it's also in getting people to do. Isn't that the part of the generational curses still remain and exist? It's the idea is if you tell someone they don't want to do it, they go and do it more. I'll just put it this way. The day that anybody sees me in someone else's stream shouldn't be taken to the lighthearted. They will know that there's something going on for sure. And it is not impossible, but unlikely. But if anyone ever did see me and physically join someone's stream, there is definitely a reason. I'm not doing it for the hell of it. I'm not talking even video chat, okay? Video chat still is dramatic and potentially fraudulent, even if it feels like it's real, it's still not. It's still questionable. It's still theater. You see me in their streaming room in person, then you know that it's the real deal. That's how I feel. Because why would I be in some girl's streaming room unless I was in love with her? In some kind of relationship. Those are like, well, we're just friends. No way in hell. You're just friends. Bullshit.
Blade said it was weird.
Naivety. It's like intruder alert, intruder alert. That's like caught on camera. It's like, fuck, I'm scarred for life. I got an idea. I think I got things, some format of structure of I'm getting closer to solving where I belong. I'm not completely there yet. I'm still on an island, stranded by myself, physically, and not married, and living happily ever after. And as far as kids go, that's. I hope it's an utopia. Then sure, if we're living in a utopia, then it'll be easy, yes. But if we're not living in utopia, then I feel evil. Allowing myself to become a father, I feel evil. Not that I wouldn't do it, but my wife would have to be severely more interested than in me. Okay, that's for sure. I could live with feeling evil. About that decision. If she really, really wants it. Wants to have a kid, then sure. But if I really, really want to have a kid, and be a father, then this world better be a fucking utopia. If I'm gonna pursue that shit. Because right now is easy no, the way the world is. But that doesn't mean one day, in utopia. They're in illusions. Realistically, there's something else going on, but it's not utopia. That is glorious heaven, paradise. First of all, if I'm in heaven, then why the fuck am I paying for security? Why is there a price on? Why is there tax to security and shit? That's not heaven. Well, if people are dying still while people are paying, what the hell are we resolving? What does this do? How does this help? People won't save people unless there's money. Like, no doctor will come in and be like, if you're dying, I got the cure, I'll help you for free. Because I love and care about people. Like, that will be, whatever the hell they charge, money. That's like, it's, I rarely go to the doctors. I'm gonna be honest. I study Sujitsu and mentality and other things that, with words of names that, I did ASMR before ASMR existed, okay? I did other formats of alchemy, all these ideas that somehow become law or a structure of science between the blur of line of science and the supernatural. Let me tell you something. Science is not the all answer. It is just a land gouge. It's just a way that control be the narrative. It's narrative control. It's a culture, a voice. If we're going science and to save all, then shit, you're gonna find yourself going more and more for artificial robots, and shit like that. Then, and because I think people might find robots do a better job than humans in a lot of ways. One day, take all the magic out, no supernatural, go into engineering brains, make a superior, better you, superior, better me. Well, I'm thinking, we're cyborgs. And that's their land gouge. Once upon a time, it wasn't a part of their land gouge. Once upon a time, if you even mentioned a Nero chip, people would call you batshit crazy. They would say that's not real. But somehow we live in a day and age where science now talks and acknowledges even, I mean, is it a theory, quantum intelligence? I don't think it's a theory. I think it's evidence. It's very real. Just science deciding who they want to have control over the narrative of it. That decides whether or not they're going to say it's a theory in the office or not, or in the public. Because they're using it. They don't want anyone else to use it. They don't want anyone to acknowledge that knowledge. It's that whole, barricade the knowledge and hold it hostage. It's, you got the answer, but you're not saving the world. It's not my responsibility. I run a social media network. Who am I? I mean, yeah, I could save people, but I got other things to do. It's like, I don't know how to do that. It's a narrative. It's like my mind is somewhere else in the internet. That's not me. That's not you. So what influence of all these characters? So someone's like, oh, fuck you. I'm like, fuck you and fuck me. Fuck what? Fuck this, fuck that. Oh my god, it's a curse word. Next second, you're getting death threats. Someone, which I'm sure everybody has received at one point in their life. I don't even talk to very many people, and I even received them. Or not anymore, but I did. And I felt like it was nonsense. Like it meant nothing is what I felt. I was like, oh, what am I supposed to be? Feel something here? We're robots. We're all robots right now, talking on the internet. Something is so, once upon a time, so serious, as to some people, all of a sudden is, question, what is this? That's a threat? We once called words threats, that there was a way to threaten people with words. It's like almost like AI comes in and be like, there's no such thing as a verbal threat, human. It's like, it's all in your head. It's like this manifestation of control, like, off with your limbic system. You're gonna get capitalized. It's like, oh, cool. It's a grating. Right? You didn't abide by my line. I don't care whether you did the work or not.
I'm failing you. 'Cause you're late. I'm gonna deduct this because of your timing. Or what is it? Or I like this person. Is that what teacher pets are? Something like that, I guess. Or it's like, well, this has section. It's like, what? It's like, oh, how do you get your grades? I don't know. You have to ask the teacher. You also ask the judge. It's all made up. It's all fairy tale. But you got a 97 right here. But did I really? Or is it just made up? Just created, It's like, who comes down to this conclusion? It's like, answer these questions. Multiple question is, you could pass, A, B, C, D, just like you can hit the lottery off a fucking slot machine. But but it's a little more easier because you have less to worry about. You're not really losing money here. You're just losing someone's approval, someone's rating. So the rating on this. So in a way, being the teacher pet makes me kind of wish I probably should have went down that route. Been more successful. Maybe that's what my imperfections. But then again, where would that have gotten me? Good grades and nowhere, all at once. Was it Elon Musk once said that what was it? Like, why the fuck would I'm gonna word it my way. Why the fuck would I hire someone because they got a master's degree here, a college degree says, that they can do this. To me, I want to see if you can do this. And then if you can do this with or without diploma, with or without that master degree, scores right up there, then I'll hire you. Sure. With or without a degree, you can do it. What's it called? That's kind of like proves that you can do this. Really? I met lots of, college, people went to college and, can't do what they learned. Or do nothing with what they learned, even the stuff that they did, and go somewhere else. So I think, what is the point of that question? I mean, I had verbally was told, I've never seen it in paper, but was told I had a scholarship for my writing back in the day. Can you believe that once upon a time people thought I was a really good writer? Yeah. And now it's like, I barely finish sentences nowadays. It's like, the older I get, the stupider I become. And that's why the young need to rule the old. That's some shit mentality, right? Next second, I know, God knows what the hell the world's going to be like tomorrow. But technology advancements and shit, I think there's a good chance we'll all become robots one day, cyborgs. If we're still on that same dictionary, we'll be cyborgs. We keep certain things on a path going a line, then maybe one day the only president needs to exist is the president that perfected everything and just carries on the work the previous, and then the next, and they just keep going and going and going, and they don't even do anything because the other president did it all for them. So every president that comes next just has to not change change what the other president did, and they'd be fine. That's if the perfect president shows up one day and like accomplishes world peace and saves everyone. No more evil on Earth. Utopia is created. Which right now, there's still people killing people, so that is a big sign that we are not in the perfect the utopia. So, yeah. But I think like having good time can blind people in not being aware of safety. It's pretty sad that you can't even have fun without, you can't even safely have fun without applying mentality of vigilance into the equation. It's like, am I going to get blown up if I walk outside? It's or shot or whatever. It's that's a clear sign that this is certainly not a fucking safe world. There's clearly a lot wrong in the governments, plural, because I don't think it's just the United States. I think the United States is certainly the loudest. It ripples through many, many governments. And I am speaking mostly of federal, because I think federal is supposed to be the most powerful, even though states conflict with federal. I prefer federal over states. A lot of federal stuff over states, but that's if it's in the right hands and the way things are. And I think right now, in a lot of ways, it's still not perfect, but it's going in. There's a chance one day. I don't. What do if I put myself in, I don't really understand. I can't. I don't know. So maybe it's a bad idea for myself, but so I don't really know like anything for anything really. The idea of falling in love and then getting shot after I get in love, I don't know. It's like I get half of heaven, and then murdered. I don't know. That's a difficult one right there. But to think about something like that, or even to acknowledge that that's even a possibility, certainly is not a motivator. I'll tell you that. It's puts me into the back into what I call the acknowledgement of an insane government. The next president comes, and the next president comes, and doesn't. In some way, it's just like, I never had a president ever in my life that has ever really helped me. It would be a first, in a way, like in a real way, like not just like in a stunt way. Like in some ways, I've had some moments where it like stunted, prosperity or growth, where at times, but that's, I don't know if that's not really help. That's enabling. In other words, I was enabled, I guess. But it's, but I don't, there's certain threshold safety and how far to go. It's, that there's a lot of problems, but how to resolve them permanently and not just temporarily. I think temporary is not a good sign. The whole world should want utopia. This fiction doesn't have to be a fiction, but somehow humans destroy each other out of all the good that humans do, yet somehow there's humans that destroy so much and then there's other humans that let that influence be more powerful, and becomes, next thing you know, you're going to be Florida, you're going to be, say, and have bedtime curfews in every fucking state. It's like one person shits on in the sand, on the beach at night. It's like off with everybody's heads, or it becomes something different. It's like all of a sudden it's like you're seeing signs say nobody allowed at this hour. Like, why nobody? That don't make any sense. Like, nobody? I'm somebody. That thing's like different language. It's like understanding. It's like translation phase. I didn't shit. I didn't shit at the beach. Someone else shit at the beach doesn't mean that I'm going to shit at the beach. But yet, you punish everybody for the sin of another, or what you would deem as a sin of another. So it's a very warning state, I would say. It feels very like I always found like it very bizarre. Like, there'll be like people talking in that state about trying to accomplish good. Because I watch politics sometimes, and that particular state is a weird one. It makes me think like they're trying to cover up evil that they're doing at times. It makes me think that there's something going on behind the scenes or some shit. It certainly feels like there is. So it's like a sense, and it is not a good one. It's an ominous sense that something is going on, like something bad. But and then you have New York, and the state that I have lived in the most, that is fucking imperialism. It's this empire state of mind that, it's right on my license plate, Excelsior, superiority. It's this mindset that does exist, but it's I think it is actually has a lot of potential being the most powerful state out of the United States in a lot of ways, though. But in what exists, but for sure, like there's a lot of essence in New York that seems to be. It's not perfect, but it sure in hell does have a grasp for power that I find myself apparently being in, even when I don't want to be in it. Let's put it that way. The state of New York. But I'd much rather be in the sunny, lovely state, California, soaking up the sun, making video games and movies, than, stuck in the city, losing my mind to traffic and somehow never finding true love, and just a lot of acquaintances and friends times, and threats and demons. Oh my God, there are a lot of demons in the mix. I've met a lot of demons inside people. So in the mixture, but it's always this man gouge in a way. I find that seems to have a power over demons, but in a way it could also turn into show if you're not. I've noticed, like, if you become dramatic, if you play the role of drama, a lot of times it will. I think it has a way of making demons, even louder in people and being visible. Is what I've noticed through my many years. You talk to people's demons, and there are certain languages that, or certain formats of communication that will make people more honest that they have them. I've been in some shit situations, and I wasn't always smart enough how to figure out how to translate or things. And I always questioned, like, did it matter without cameras? I used to think like that all the time. Like, I was always like pro cameras, well, not always, but most of my life, because I didn't really always acknowledge that idea. And then when I came across it, I was like, that's a really good idea. It's like another format, but it's to have everything captured. But then it's like, what if audio's not working? And then there's like, it's only in frames, and so it's not set. And then it's like, all these other things come into my head, like the flaws of views where cameras can capture. And I think, like, what if frequencies and sensors had a way to capture sight? Or what if one day we could have invisible cameras be revealed, and they are able to see everything on Earth, inside us, outside us, all of us, at every time, 24/7, and it becomes a regularity, well, a new way of life, and everybody sees it, and everybody's okay with it, and no government or no one owns it. It's not owned. It is something that is to the public, accessible. We get to look inside everybody, but we can't influence or disrupt something that is obviously going to have to be destructible. Someone going in there, injecting a poison into someone's bloodstream, right? So you want safety, but you also want observation unlocked for the public. So, and that's because you want the world to be honest. That's why your objective is to make everybody honest. Now that's a law that I absolutely am for. I think anyone who is against the make everyone honest, where everyone can be seen and where I'm on the shitter uncomfortable, but everybody can see that I'm on the shitter uncomfortable. And I could even see myself on the shitter uncomfortable, or see other people on the shitter as uncomfortable. Very weird. Being, enforcefully honest upon us all as humans. It is, in a way, it is these houses. It's, it makes me wonder what people are hiding when they're terrified of cameras, or terrified of things being recorded. It certainly makes, it's something I many years ago, what is it, like 8 years? It's been since I had this God's eye idea, longer even. So it's, but getting everyone on board with make everybody honest would sure now piss off the mafia. They would fucking hate me. Oh God. If I went in there, I'd end up dead before I probably accomplished it, because somebody would kill me. Because they don't want the world to be honest. So, like I said, and then, God forsakes, if it becomes corporately owned, or somebody owns it and decides that they're going to be selective on what people can see, who can see it, when they can see it, it becomes this whole, then it's a weapon. At that point, everybody should be terrified. It's no longer going to help anybody but the owner. The guy who runs Facebook and Meta, this is privacy. What's privacy for? Him? His corporate rule. I think privacy enables us all, makes us all weak. I have a very, really, probably a controversial view, but I do feel like it only enables us in the end. If we're so fucking worried, what are we hiding? What is humans hiding? It's so fucking bad. If there's something you don't understand, there's something wrong. And I think, like, with words, I don't think anybody should be afraid, because there's a thing called the First Amendment, and I never known a word to hurt anybody unless they allow it to hurt them. It's more of a physical, mental, or more of a mental thing on the individual that receives it. I have never been offended by a verbal threat in my life, unless I was ignorant and stupid. I feel stupid allowing words to affect me. My young self, I felt fucking retarded, stupid as fuck for letting sound, affect me. And I think, like, or when someone would threaten a family member that I felt like didn't even really care about me, I was like, what the fuck am I standing up for at times? Or someone I thought was a friend, even. I've been down that road, and I've been stupid. I've fucking been so fucking stupid. I have a history of stupidity. And the only thing that makes me afraid of revealing what would is if we lived in the fucking mafia cartel type mindset where we're being selective on who and what can see what. Then I think you have a reasonable reason to be afraid of if a corporation is seeing, but the rest of the world isn't seeing it, because it's oculation, it's cutting from view, it's sight control. There is no such thing as a new truth. That is a bad sign. When someone comes out and says there's a new truth, there is no such thing. A new truth is another way of saying that you are in the business of lies. There is only the actual truth and the understanding of things and the layers that drop into the creation. But dictation is bad. Someone comes in trying to... I was very... and sometimes I'm still actually suffer from that vulnerability where I don't like dictators or like if I'm listening or I'm doing something and I, am told to be shut up or something like that is very anti-life. It's certainly not freedom. But I'm also letting them, affect me. It's the dictation, and that's where I find in my faults. I'm the problem because I allow it to affect me. Now, they get affected by it, so am I supposed to destroy myself in the betterment, for it certainly isn't helping me by being quiet for the suppressor. I find, that when you live in a world that I think you got to be careful with values and prices. I think the world has to be very careful with values and prices. I think sometimes that's how people gain access to people's brains. I don't think it's the art of whether something is weird. It's like Resident Evil. What's bad about Resident Evil? Are you really living in Resident Evil? Is your health? If the whole world sees you involved with something, and there's a mindset there in a way, perhaps, or an understanding of how far in the grasp of something like that, right? I think there is a lot of wrong said. I think at times when you communicate, when you see something, but you don't always, let's say someone is unhealthy, and you perhaps say, oh, you look great. But there's a sense of you that says, something inside you is like, this person's not healthy, there's something going on here. I think it's challenging yourself in a way, and if you were to go out your way to acknowledge this, I think sometimes I feel like it's you have to beware of if man, I do believe in supernatural influences that can grasp over the mindset. And it's a royalty aspect. If you don't know, I think you could save yourself. It's easier to save yourself, not so much in Prosper. I think a lot of direct, perhaps in that way, and some people argue the case, but I could see certain mindsets for sure. I kind of get the understanding why some people do incredibly, try to attack certain things, but at the same time, I think that's a me problem. I think that is an individual issue. So it's that has to be, I feel like that makes me, in a way, right, destroy myself. And at the moment I look at it as someone else is influencing me, I sure in hell am. I don't know how to save the other person especially through the fucking internet, right? So it's all I can do at best is, unleash a flood, and what one takes from the flood, unfortunately, becomes what everyone can get from the flood, because it is the internet. It's accessible to everybody, as it should be. But the problem is evil does exist, or motives exist, and I think I kind of do understand, a part of me, but I also think it's a very dangerous. You got to be very careful about how it goes about. I think state laws, I try to understand what state laws are for, and then federal law, what the differences. Sometimes I think it's an escape clause if it's within state boundaries, right? If it becomes federal, it's like in the house. One person hates you in the house, okay, you got a house, a rental, but it's a lot harder when it's federal. Right, I think federal is the most important of all of them. So, because if you're gonna be fucked if federal's against you, right? So there's a good chance. So it's and you have at least some kind of format of escape route in the states. But I think isn't that in the favor alone, or it's given a weakness? But it's proven guilty. But people get set in trouble for shit they didn't even do. Even it's. Judgment is so fucking flawed. It's it's not always. I don't believe everybody it gets a fair trial at any means. I think I do think it certainly takes a certain type of mindset to sit into a trial that of false accusations. I think it's very hard to even show up to something like that, to even give time to such atrocities. I do think it takes a hell of a mind to be able to not be destroyed in that process, of doing something like that. And it comes back to this royalty grasp. And maybe I'm just a sloth in a way that has certainly seen answers or seen things the right direction, but not always have as I may have told my enemy, potential perhaps, that I had told them when they asked me what do you want, and I said, what is the cause? They're like, what could we help you, or something like that. Like, I don't know if Scientology is on my side or not, but I'm using them as an example here. And I said, I show no interest in buying their book, but I certainly responded with, sure, and I feel like I could definitely, learn how to communicate better, is what I was like, something like that. So, was my socialization skills, are too honest, very it's in a way, it's like I'm like the ultimate resources of words scattered everywhere, and that someone can come in and pluck things out, decide what they want to do with it. Right? It's almost like, wow, this is scattered, all this stuff, because it certainly is a mess, and with some really good stuff in there as well, but and things that could actually save the world. I mean, not just the United States, but save the world. Some of those things, if they had even a backing and understanding of how they could be used, the things that I have said actually. But I am nowhere's verbally equipped to being a president. That's for sure. At least not yet. Maybe in the future, once I can learn how to communicate better or channel, but I do think I still have that flaw for sure. But I think the honesty part and what I'm trying to do is getting more and more easier for me to translate. I lived in suppression, and in a way I still do live in suppression. So I try to escape it, and I don't look at money as something that helps me. I look at money as something or a limitation, something that is holding me back. So it's hard to see a reward system as something that's like, okay, this is going to make you want to do it. Like, you don't like video games. You're just doing it for the trophies, achievements. And in a way, I think they're not entirely wrong, but they're not entirely right either. I think it's a very complicated answer, because I think the answer is, if I look at it as a medium, I could very much get more interested if I was creating it than actually participating as playing it, for sure. But I think it depends. I think it's very interesting because it's a mindset in a game, and what you get attached to, why one gets attached to it. I think it's or anything in life in general. But I think that some reality, some version of my future would make a lot of people in stories that like to buy or participate. Shit might piss off a lot of capitalism. I might go the route of unleashing everything for free, which might piss off a lot of capitalists if I did that route, where I started just unleashing everything for free, with no price, no money required. And, so it, which is a very tempting road. I think like for me, like, that seems a little too easy to go down. Because that sounds like more like something I would love to do, but at the same time, I'm not allowed to, being held hostage financially. It's like, because no one wants to pay me what I'm worth, because everything doesn't, every business, everything I was associated with is not, it's like, well, you're going to give me $1 million. And what fucking middle class system pays someone $1 million? It's fucking nuts, right? So it's like to become a doctor tomorrow just to be in, just to get the $1 million and then fucking leave. So you can actually go do something or something like that. It's fucking nuts. And questionable for sure. But it's, it's like, man, it's difficult. I think, I think the world is going to be forced into education regardless, no matter which way I look at it. It moves more and more to the generations that are more and more prepared to see what I had always seen since I was in a generation that apparently was rebellious. Not that I didn't share certain rebellious features, but I sure in hell did not give in to the things that people did in the 90s, and early 2000s. I was very much a unique fucking weirdo that was not participating in things that turn people into into retired sinners eventually, if they did, or people started off sinning in their youth. But I didn't even let myself. I think the worst I had done is allow people to be my voice behind my back at times. I think maybe, and even in front of me, and how many people somehow were so affected by something that was supernatural, like a sound, like something that someone describes, but yet they go off and cheat, they go off and have multiple relationships, they go do all these things, and yet it's almost like they hate me because I'm a threat to their culture or their lifestyle, in a way. And it's what conclusion and mentality that I have come to understand. And I think it's like, there's a troll aspect too, sometimes, with certain people. There's not always a direct motive. Sometimes it's not, sometimes I think it's even like a dance with a troll, with the troll of one's own destruction, because sometimes people just live in the joke or find a way of the joke to be a part of their life. So the troll itself, I think, sometimes could and did get a contagious youth sometimes. So I think for that, in a way, I understood, like, verbally, how easy it was to to speak fiction and speak non-fiction, but to not always separate the two, or I was like, trying to translate, because I did have the mindset of wanting to create things, and I think that's gonna hurt me, having that mindset, that creative mindset. It's fiction. One day I want to make a Marvel movie. It's not real life. You're right, it's fiction, or but there is that, language that can seep into a conversation within a conversation, right? I think I had somehow gotten inside people's minds to the confusion, right, that maybe I wasn't communicating correctly, or separating the two from each other. But because it's not like, I have avoided every single problem on Earth. I feel like I avoided a lot, but I don't feel like I avoided everything, and I have went through a lot of hell, particularly in my youth, with both my biological upbringing and family, and also not. That would get me a lot of hate from particular family members even mentioning it. So it's things like that. So I definitely have been in lived some very hard things to translate that physically happened to me, and even things that I have physically done that were the wrong way of responding to things, because for sure I have done, I certainly, especially in my youth, I feel like I responded correctly at times, but not always, for sure. I definitely have incorrectly responded to certain things, for sure. sometimes some kind of like fucking thing in your head. It's when you're ignorant and you let it in, and it's like a lesson. It's an education, but sometimes a lesson in education is not really on the side of what is right. It sometimes could teach you to do wrong. I do get that. It's, and understand more of that now as, but I do still think like the more knowledge you grasp in your limbic system or in my mind, it's certainly, I don't know if it's very weird because in a way it becomes easier to translate with more knowledge and more things, but also harder to translate with more knowledge, right? So, but I find that the side of more knowledge is actually leaning more towards finding it easier to translate, but slowly at times. I don't know. I think perhaps could categorize as a retard, and a lot of people have told me I was, or slow as fuck. So, and at times, just because I couldn't find a way to be on their length of what they're doing in society, I couldn't figure out how to be a part of it or learn from it. I found at times when I was on certain lengths, I was losing education. I somehow was unlearning things, and that it was causing my mind to become more ignorant, more stupid. And I started to realize in the system that of what they, and not getting rid of even just good things, or just bad things, but getting rid of good things that were better, but weren't allowed to be acknowledged, because I started realizing that something was trying to be the leader, and that I was in a society that was trying to help me, but also help them, decide in a way how and what I should be, and not decide entirely, and not have free will, but mostly have the illusion of it. When I was in ninth grade, I took this class. It's called drama class. I've talked about this before. I think on many years, on some, I feel like I recorded it at some point. But I took this class, and I remember being nobody when I first entered, and I wasn't in that class for that long, maybe only a couple of months, because I switched schools, and every other school didn't have that class. It wasn't available in any of the other schools. It was only available in one school I went to, and the real reason why I left that school was not really the school itself. I guess maybe some elements, but it was mostly the home situation. It was horrible. It was difficult. And, but there was more opportunities at that particular school. I do remember that I found that school to, despite that it had so much, fucked up shit about it, for sure. It was definitely imperfect, but I did find that at least it provided classes that most schools didn't. Not around upstate New York, at least that I was connected or had been a part of. And this was a class, not an after-school activity. And, I took this class, and didn't exist. It was 7, I don't know, I think there was a number to it or something, about ways to die, and you had to put an invisible prop up, some acting exercise, and I think, in a way, I've been told before, people don't think I would do some things. And what I saw? I saw a lot of people trying to be serious in characters, but never once acknowledging dead bodies. is what my, like, this whole time, like, everybody bringing up an invisible prop, but not acknowledging all the dead corpses that were already up on the stage. Even whether the actor got back up and walked off the stage, so the next person can go up and interact with what was left behind. The exercise, I remember, I recall the acting exercise was about invisible props, and it was about bringing an invisible prop, interacting with what was left on the stage of the invisible prop, and dying. You had to die as well. It was part of this game or this acting exercise. And I kept thinking, like, there's a lot up here, a lot of dead bodies. And I remember, my mind going straight to the ignorance, and thinking, like, wow, if I'm ignorant, I'm reflecting the ignorance that no one else sees this. Right? I think if I go up there and die ignorantly off the dead bodies, which I did, by the way, I killed myself by using their dead bodies. Or accidentally, of course. I didn't purposely go up there and do it. My character went up there stupidly and died off the bodies. But it's the whole aspect of that I really did something significantly different than all these popular, well-known students that didn't even know I existed. And then I found myself existing for the short amount of time that I was there. But more and more as the days went by, at least in that situation. But then I realized I saw a lot of people that were going in there. It was so easy for some to just get over it as well, where I was not, I think sometimes people grasp an audience's attention and, and it's not always going to be everlasting for everybody. It's like not every day where somebody watches a scene and is going to associate with that scene for the rest of their life, even if it is the world's greatest or most popular film on earth, right? I mean, I think it is more reasonable to say that, there's a time up as there was, but it's, I don't even remember getting a grade in that class. That's another thing. I don't even know. Sometimes I think I attended classes I wasn't supposed to. I kind of have that vibe sometimes when I was walking into classes that weren't even on my schedule, but I didn't get kicked out, so I don't know. But they just let me be a part of the class that I wasn't signed up for. But I think you gotta remember, even teachers have limbic systems, and they're not perfect, in their brains. I think it's the attention that one draws, and where it goes. What do you want in this world? I want true love. I want the thing that sounds crazy, to get married with happily ever after, with good or bad translation. I want something that's immortal. Comfort, to be there and be safe, and the same thing with her, and, stuff like that. But then there's the draw, what I call sometimes the draw effect of what catches and attracts the attention, that I think tears a piece away if you're not careful. Can I think in love, as far away from the rest of the fucking world, to guarantee immortality of the relationship, right? But it's, on the other hand, in the public eye and going further into it, it becomes to make more sense, in the senses that it appears that it is a career that certainly doesn't seem to be on the side of true love. It seems to be on the side of the life and death of characters and time. So it's, it's for that. So it's certainly, I think, puts me in a decision. And I am going to choose the girl every time, but with the girl choosing me every time. And am I evil for choosing the girl? Happy, or hate me, or whatever emotional effects that would come from the limited time of mastering cinematic puzzles. And I would certainly could see a path that I would be excellent at. But it's where it's not just a story, and there's a lot of heart in the characters, but it's also visually going to connect as a massive universe. I think, like, when I look at Marvel, I see not just stories, as many people, I see all that, and I see delivering emotion in the aspect. Like, I look at the heart and soul of characters, both in variants and so many variations. But I can't just leave it dead unless I have gotten the love of my life out of the deal. Then I'm sorry, and the rest of the universe will never be finished correctly. Someone else will or may not finish it, and it certainly will not be the same vision, because I won't be directing and I won't be associated with it. So, so I think it's an interesting thing to put one's mind into something, even if they're not physically associated with it in the time. It certainly is an ability. A ability that can definitely be not always understood, comprehended. I think the fear of something, let's say, I could be super religious easily if my wife is super religious, right? And that is what it takes to be and go down that path. I think it's the comfortability, that you are that, right? That career that I just talked about, the puzzle making is, and the perfection is, it gives more life to others than myself. So it's, if anything, it might even ruin my relationship if I chose to go all in that path, as I think, it clearly does for many, many, many artists. I see that it does. I don't know, maybe I'm delusional. I see it not just affecting actors, but affecting directors and producers. Anybody who touches the art is almost like cursed, relationship-wise. It becomes cursed. To failed marriage, which is the thing that no reasonable person wants. So yes, my own talents terrify the fuck out of me, I guess is the question, currently, at least. That make me think that maybe I shouldn't pursue what I am good at, I don't want to live alone on a ship, stranded with material objects, being surrounded around. I don't know. I don't know. I happened to get inside someone else's head there. If you didn't notice, it wasn't. I wasn't. It wasn't me. So I don't know. I started diving into the different characters. I don't know. Like on a ship, doing what? What am I doing on this ship? Am I relaxing? How am I looking on this ship? I certainly don't feel like the director anymore. I'm starting to feel more like an actor. More and more I start looking at that vision. Where I'm the mold. And I hope to God I don't get raped. You're damned. Then people move on. They deal with the consequences. People get what they want. Then people don't get what they want. What if my asking price is $50 million? Does that mean I'm going to get raped? Is that as I asking for absolute hell? Am I getting paid for behind the scene? The worst of the worst out there that are up there. I don't know what's worse, that or getting shot. They both seem very bad, like end up dead. I mean, shot dead. I think I could take a bullet over Rick if it doesn't kill me. But then again, I'd rather not take a bullet either. But I don't want to have to choose. I don't want to be a part of any of those outcomes. I don't walk on set and having a prop go off and it's supposed to be a fake gun and somebody fucking shoots me. I don't know about any other actor out there, but I wouldn't want to go up there and do a sex scene that I'm supposed to get in the mindset of that and hope to God that I don't get raped by my co-worker, so or director or whatever. Because I've seen some shit that makes me not want to work with Brad Pitt. Let me put it like that, and some other people. But I'll tell you, like I've seen some shit that I think I would definitely be like, hell no, even if a big name like that showed up. But after, it definitely, like, oh, I don't know. But that's risky. If people could do this in movies, imagine what people are doing behind closed doors. That's a fucked up world, turns out. That all of these people that say it's fucked up are actually not entirely wrong, That it's not a perfect society, a perfect world. That utopia is a hell of a dream, though, I'll tell you. Damn. The real life is, after seeing Utopia, real life fucking sucks. This is Utopia. Oh, you could see Utopia, man, it's fucking heaven, it's bliss. There ain't no murder, there ain't no dictators, it's a fucking paradise. No money, even, you don't need money. Everybody loves each other. It's it's caring and respect. It's a fucking absolute paradise. I mean, it's heaven. God forsakes if heaven even puts a toe down on earth and it doesn't get destroyed. Like fucking democracy comes in and votes against it. It definitely is flawed. And I may be an asshole for saying that. I remember being in Dunkin' Donuts and saying that capitalism is bad, and someone, instead of resolving or thinking about how to create a better, work on creating something better, they instantly just don't want to, and they say, well, it's better than communism, and be like, they don't want to it's like drop it and don't fucking talk about it anymore. Like I just said the worst thing on earth. Instead, it's like they just sit there on it and like make life with it. And I don't know how. I guess I'm fucking retarded. So in that culture, I'm retarded. As a Russian once said to me, I don't remember who it is, and because I'm an evil person, I guess, there's only remembering that he was Russian, said to me in a is in Los Angeles at a what the fuck was it? What do you call those things? When people go to work or go do things, and it's cheaper than buying a hotel most of the time. I don't know why I want to, like, some people want to, but I keep thinking of it as a cult for some reason. It keeps popping in my head. But which I kind of do feel like that there definitely was culty vibes at that particular one for sure. But anyway, but I don't know. But anyway, said that they went to school and school never taught them how to make money. So they said, you know what? School never taught me. They were like, how to make money. And then every time I hung out with the Russian, it was, or hung out with the English. Oh man, I don't know why, but they certainly, appeared to not like each other. It was just English, but I somehow remember getting along with the Russian and only in the English. But forgetting all of their names, though, that's the problem. I don't remember any of their names, but hung out with them. I did ask. Probably the worst thing I did was ask. While I stood in the middle, like on the beach. Well, at least I had choice, a little bit of a choice. Unlike Daryl Dixon, it's restricted on the beach at the end of season 1. But I was in that situation between to hang out with the Russian or to hang out with the English, and I hung out with the Russian over the English at that particular moment because, the guy was by himself. I don't know. I was just like, okay, fine. So I hung out with him. But they didn't want to hang out with each other, certainly. I remember in that position thinking, like, okay, all right, whatever, I guess. And thinking, like, but I'll tell you, like, by spending time in the presence of a Russian, I certainly did realize that in other Russians as well, that there is definitely more of a psychological essence. And with the English, I felt, I was in a fucking marching band, drunk with the English. So let's just say that the essence was just I don't really remember even thinking there was anything intelligent at all. I think it was just like complete reckless behavior with the English. So, and I had never been in a marching band drunk until then, and it's still to this day the only marching band drunk that I ever actually participated in. And there wasn't even a schedule. You know, that's what happened when I went to my biological mother's re-wedding, or they got remarried. It's like, and I remember thinking, where's the script? Like how I felt like I needed a script for the wedding, which I really did. I was very felt like I was off, like I shouldn't be there. I felt like I didn't belong. I had to figure out, like, okay, what am I supposed? What's my role? I gotta wear a shirt. I remember that. And I wore the shirt. For some reason, they thought I wasn't going to wear the shirt. That's the first thing that I thought. I really want you to wear that shirt. And I was like, oh, don't worry. I'm going to wear the shirt. I'm just going to put, my everything away. So when I walked. So, I don't know. Maybe I was supposed to get naked right there in front of everybody. Or something. I don't know. But anyway. But at the same time, it's like I'm gonna wear the shirt, but it was like, no one will know that you're my son unless you wear this shirt. Interesting, right? Not really. It sounds like something I don't really want to be a part of. I'll tell you that, I tell you, every time I have been around my biological parents, when I think about it, a lot of it, I never once was like, wow, I want to be them. I want to live that lifestyle. Oh my God. No, it was actually the opposite. I was like, that's not me, and I don't want it to be me. I haven't even seen my biological father even longer. It's been forever. So, last time I talked to him, it's robotic, I guess. I don't know. It's just like, be safe, be careful, typical ordinary stuff. He seemed to just encourage me to be safe. I guess it wasn't a bad conversation, I guess, but it wasn't much of a conversation. It was all in text. So, it's easier being an adult, I think, with my biological father than it is being a kid, because it was a whole nother. I don't think he was very good. I think he was. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I think he was a horrible father, not very good at it. I think he was better at times trying to be my friend later on, a couple times. Like, that was probably the best moments I had with my dad, was when we acted more like friends, or he wasn't trying to be my dad. Because I think every time he was trying to be my dad, he was just really bad at it. I think but then again, he's I don't know. His mind was always authority, soldier stuff. That I think my perspective of trying to understand him is that he liked girls a little too much, and got into many relationships. That he can't even remember every relationship that he was in, apparently, and was really good at being a soldier and even ranking up on a lot of military awards. But came home, and I don't know, maybe some part of him wanted to be a father, I think, but he just did not know how. He was horrible at it. And, I think, like, I don't think all of him is bad, is what I'm basically saying. I think in some ways he was better than my biological mother in some ways. I don't mean to be an asshole, but I just look at it like that. But, for my view on it, I think I think when I try to have compassion, when I let myself, go down to this lesser understanding, and but, people who have, even, situation have, I looked at my boys, I went through bullying, I was bullied, and tried to understand what the fuck it was, though, is what my mind did. So, and so it's stuff like that. So it's, I understand that. I understand doing wrong, interacting wrong, because, Dwayne Johnson once said something that was severely questionable. He said that he once he tried to become friends with his boys, and I also actually did. Or did I? I questioned. I became friends with them, but it made my life more manageable in the situation by becoming friends with my bullies, but it certainly didn't help past that. I didn't, it really just restricted me. I don't think it really got me anywhere by being friends with my bullies. But in a way, just apart from a perspective of, I could do that too, but I could also not, right? So, and I didn't always, but I had, like I said, I unfortunately had made questionable decisions. And that particular was I remember in middle school, 7th and 8th grade, mostly 7th, I think, if I recall correctly. But like looking back at a situation like that, but I can remember becoming someone else for a brief amount of time. Someone I don't like, say, to try to survive. I did do that, is what I'm saying. But I didn't always do that. I also stood up and helped other people, depending on the character, my mind, where was that? But my back to my biological mom before I drop it is sometimes I think. There is evidence out there if you look at generational curses, how hard it is for people to break them. And I think sometimes people figure out how to break them, but might find themselves in a different one. I think that my mom saw something. I don't know what the hell she saw, but she saw something, and it also affected her mind in some way at some point. But I don't know, there's something mental there in the grasp for sure. I remember being glimpses every now and then of things I shouldn't, like crawling as a baby and picking, like how the fuck am I remembering crawling on the floor? Like, I should not be able to remember that, but it's like, and I forget people's names, but I'm remembering physically crawling on the floor, being this, infant, and my mom laying out cards, and I would reach, she would have me crawl to the cards. She'd lay out these cards on the floor, and I remember things like that, glimpses, and and if I mention stuff like that, I don't think she doesn't remember any of it, or she'll say certain things, like pretend she's listening, stuff like that at times, and not really. I think the more as I'm older, there was always some kind of, I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I think it's like talking to a fractured mind or something. It's like something that's like, that I just don't fucking understand it myself. I don't think I think it was just like, if I look back, it's just like communicating mindlessly, stupidly. I don't know. But then there's like at times I remember The Shining and stuff. In Stephen King, for example, being brought up, and my mom said it was terrifying. And I remember being like, why is this terrifying? I watched it, and I was like, if I recall, I was like, it was boring. And then I watched the other stuff, like, I don't remember, I watched a couple things that did scare me. But then I had this dream that was more terrifying than any horror movie I ever watched. My fucking nightmare. So, nightmares. So that reached in and somehow broke in reality. And then my interactions with Paranormal Activity as a kid, being told it's not real. Oh, it's fucking real. And it just was, life given to it. I realize now that you feed into things, just as, like you feed into spirits. And I, as a kid, I guess did at times, I translated things bad. I remember the ant guy, the guy I used to describe as the guy off a dollar bill or whatever, which I did say that as translation. My thing was like, it looks like that guy, it's like a funny guy, it's like, so when I look at this and I'm like, and then I had a relief though, and the relief was when the ants didn't disappear, but, I called him the ant guy after that, but he would always look at me, sometimes he would even grab me, I remember, like, but, people say it leaves marks. I don't remember marks. But I remember being physically touched and feeling the touch of a hand coming out of the fucking wall, even. So, stuff like that. And it was very real. It felt very real. So, things that are supposed to be impossible. So, and I don't know. He was mean. I remember saying a damn thing, but just fucking looking at me. Mean ass, glare. His stare. I don't remember that one in particular. I do remember hearing, if he did speak, he was one of the voices, then at times. And he didn't move his mouth, so, like, when he spoke. But, like, I saw, like, other stuff, like, as a kid as well, that, and trying to figure out what was real and what's not afterwards. Or some of it, I think, was pranks done on me that I had fallen. I was scared at first. It was all about knowledge, is what it is, and grasping the understanding of what it was. Like, at some point, this house I lived in particular, I use as an example because a lot of people have experienced things in this house. That's why I think I talk about it. There's people who have. And that particular house. But I've been in a lot of places where it's more difficult when it's just you, but it's easier when it doesn't leave and it stays present and other people can also witness it. It definitely is like finally, that emotion where you're like relief, like thank God it's not disappearing. For sure that feeling of relief, but mostly in my childhood, I would certainly say a lot of it would would not stay, which was not a good look. It would disappear before anyone else would see it or witness it. But, yeah. But my nightmare, I used to have to say, I also shared a nightmare, apparently, I think is what I was saying, but, or what was told to me or something like that, I think. I don't remember, but weirdly, but it was in which, well, I don't know, maybe a stereotype, walking back and forth out of the living room and the kitchen, back and forth in the kitchen and the living room, and while I laid out in the hallway, I don't know why I was laying out in the hallway, and that wasn't even the worst nightmare. One of the worst, I think, at the time, and they're not nightmares to me anymore. Like, I don't find them scary at all anymore, but as a kid, I thought they were like, what the fuck, you know? I was like, what? I was ignorant, that's why I was scared. So I didn't know what the fuck I was witnessing. And you know, and there was this toy robot that I remember would come to life every time no one was looking, and that nightmare I had quite a bit. And it was a toy robot that would come to life, you know, and every time no one was looking, it would start to, you know, it was, when other people saw it, it just acted like a toy and didn't respond all by itself, and, you know, and start to come to life. It was this toy robot come to life only when no one else was looking but me. And I remember, like, that nightmare, like, thinking, like, well, that's reasonable, because it makes a lot of sense. Because people don't see it. I'm the only one fucking seeing it, right? I mean, that's what really made it even more terrifying as a kid, is that no one else, every time it would act, it had an intelligence awareness of who's watching. And then it would act only on when it saw, when, you know, when only I could see it. And I thought, like, wow, you know, that's how, you know, things stuck with people. In a way, I think sometimes, what's the difference between a perspective in a dream or a nightmare, you know, than what someone and how someone can see something. If the director's vision could see, be able to have the ability to project something into the room that is not there, and you start seeing something that's not really there in the real world, and you learn how to control that. That's, I would say, certainly a type of director's vision. But, like, being able to see certain things that you know aren't there. But then it's another thing when you project something into the world and it then is seen by other people, right? And I think that is a lot of how the supernatural works in the real world, is that I think a lot of it comes from, I think everything the dead can do, the living can do, through my understanding. It's just the ignorance, I think, part. You know, that of the, you know, I think the lights of the mind, the soul that's somehow connected to the brain, is also somehow able to linger in a spectral form that, in a way, can shape without a body, or learn how to shape without a body, or find new elements to interact with. Like humans can learn how to shape their bodies. There is no ship, there is no body. It is a soul. You know, it somehow is able to even disassemble its soul into parts, but still, you know, able to figure out ways how it's going to shape itself to who it's going to shape itself to, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. Because I remember a lot of people talk about orbs, but I don't recall orbs. I recall spectral dots, like very tiny dots, that in a lot of spirits that I started seeing, that if I looked close enough, it looked like that I could see dots in them. Like, I remember being like, I don't know, like how... I don't know if anybody got the opportunity to have something right up in your face like I did, though. I had one in particular say "boo" and then, and then run off laughing. I recall and thinking, "Wow, that's going to make me sound nuts if I translate that one." So if they could, like, that's a really bad encounter to translate. It's like that's ridiculous, and I did. And this one in particular was, I don't know, it was 20, 30-something-year-old. I think looking at it for an age I can't fucking tell, but I'll tell you that he had a sense of comic, of like kind of like a jokester. And I think I was scared for really no reason, because when I look back at it, I don't think it was threatening, that one in particular. But I think when I look back at it, I'm not sure at least, but I think it was like really the surprise that one used to love to fuck with me when I was a kid in that house, but at like a comedy prank joke. That one in particular. There were other ones that were way more terrifying, I think, even for an adult if they ever encountered, that I did in that house and that particular house. I think what I really enjoyed about the house is when it would wrap other people's mind, where people would start witnessing it as well. And usually it was always sounds first. Like, one of the clearest things I think everybody knew was the footsteps. Because the footsteps on the hardwood floor at times, when the floors didn't have carpet on them, which was very bizarre because, I don't know, like, I don't remember ever paying attention, actually, when there was carpet. That's my fault, but I do remember hearing footsteps, and then in the attic, the crawl space, not just like human footsteps and human voices, but tables and chairs, and trying to comprehend that, and then being like, other people listen to that too, and they're like, what the fuck is that? And I'm like, you're hearing that too? And they're like, it's like, yeah. And it's like something moving furniture as well. So it's and that's a fucking crawl space, by the way. So it doesn't really make much sense. It makes even less sense. But it's, but that somehow people are having a giant, I don't know, you know what it reminded me of when everybody gets together used to get together for a cause at the fire station of the local town, and people would get tables, chairs out, and, and one table for food, and everybody getting together. That's what it sounded like, actually. Up in the attic, in the crawl space, like a bunch of spirits get together. But yeah, the other one was I started to think it was a poltergeist because, like I said, that one had dots, and I saw it as pixelation dots, and I thought of electricity for some reason, and I was familiar, but wasn't entirely sure who was turning on and off the TVs, the radios, because they didn't really manifest a visuality of who was doing that. But it's, I started to connect the dots, and I'm still not 100% sure, but I think it might have been, something that was connected to the electricity, or some more electricity, but seemed to like entertainment devices, but also lights. Because I had the radio. I actually recorded that on my iPod Touch. I remember, and that I accidentally recorded the stereo pushing itself. The button got pushed in, but that like something stupid. It's not really. It didn't show anything, but the button go in, so it's like whatever. But yeah, I do remember actually catching that on the camera of an iPod Touch. I do remember catching facial distortions when I had a partner that used to do it. My cousin, I don't know what ever happened to him, but he was the only one I ever had around that wasn't afraid of the paranormal. Because I wasn't either at that point in my life. We both were oddly okay with letting it into our lives, I guess. So it's, and so which other people would be out. So whenever I'd host these video game parties, and they just don't do that. God forsakes, they fucking leave. So they would never return. And eventually, it didn't matter anyway. They never returned eventually anyway. They moved on with their lives and shit, or whatever. I don't know. But, but yeah. And that was the same place that I had that I had the fire happen. But also the same place where I had the Kinect hook up. I'd leave the Kinect and the 360 up with. Because I sit at the dashboard while I was doing other things, and that dashboard sat up there for a while. And at the bottom of the right corner, the Kinect never disappeared on the 360, unlike the Xbox One. You had to go to a different menu. And I didn't go out my way to go to that different menu, right? It's like I don't know, but and I didn't have to because it was always at the bottom right screen on the 360. And I remember stick figures coming right up to it and being like, what, and wave, like they're trying to get my attention. Like, hi, I'm here, look at me, type of, and there's nobody over there, nothing over there. It's like, so it's things like that. It's like I do recall things like that happening as well. And I started to learn like sound. Like I guess I started to think like sound because I did it with I mentioned I did it with the Conjuring movies. I would play the Conjuring in the background. So it was at the point of obviously the release of at least the first Conjuring movie, and I realized that I could make the movies scarier than it was. Is what I started to realize, is that I could start interacting with the sound effects and acoustics of the room, atmosphere, without talking. By the way, I didn't even need to talk. All I had to do was act a certain way that was off-putting, and I thought, like, for a second, like, how the sound effects work if I started to do like a tapping noise or something, that in a way it was like inviting other sound effects to come in, and then I wouldn't, right? I would stop, and then everyone else might think I was doing something at that point, but I wasn't, right? So, or people start catching on that it's almost like using the Conjuring movie to actually communicate with something else. It was almost like using a freaking movie to manifest interactions with the paranormal or supernatural. I have heard people who do weird shit with The Exorcist, but man, I don't know. That one's evil as shit. I don't know if I dare do The Exorcist. I thought about that right then for some reason. That one I do think like I wouldn't want to touch while doing that, because The Conjuring isn't really evil. the atmosphere doesn't feel evil like like it has a very dark, ambient, like, suffocating essence, a vibe that threatens freedom. So I don't like that movie, like, for several reasons. That movie, I'm not scared of the exorcism. I feel like it's an evil dictator. It's trying to suffocate your life. Whether it's alive or dead or demon or human. It's one of the things I never really liked. So I guess I'd have to really be in a mindset to allow myself to, I guess, to. Why in the hell am I talking about that? As a detour? I opened a door somewhere in my mind, and it took me to the fucking Exorcist, and I'm just saying, no, thank you. I guess I don't know, but not like that. Like, I think that's like asking for something that I might be able to protect myself. I think I got the knowledge for it, but other people, but I can't guarantee you that anyone else wouldn't get hurt by it. Especially if I'm not around, right? It's like some portals are opened that may not hurt me, but might hurt others. So that's why I don't really like that stuff. And then I don't like dictation in general. So, but dictators, But then you're right, actors and characters, shape-shift, shape-shift, hell with me, hell with everybody who even dares to take on that profession. It's goodbye self, hello, getting molded and designed of this mentality. It's how many people were designed because they went in the mindset of playing a character, or they actually were having sex with someone they didn't want to sleep with because of the sex scene, and next thing they know, they let themselves get raped. They didn't even fucking know it until after, because their character, they weren't themselves. They had transformed into a character. Well, they're like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? It's a great question. I think it is evidence of science, perhaps, and also the supernatural, depending on the perspective you look at it, that there is something that is not natural about shapeshifting. That you could say the actors aren't supernatural, but I disagree. And I think they will too, if they understand what they're doing mentally every time they let themselves become or play a character. I think there is something that you might not understand or see there that while you're doing that process, whether you like it or not, whatever it is, it's still a formatted transformation of mindset. And if it's not supernatural, then some would still go the path to explain it as a scientific design that in that language would be more of I don't know the fancy word they'd use for the limbic system influence over the mind temporarily, or being able to have split personalities and coexist while both are existing, like looking over a character while you're watching and having that astral projection type of view is like being your own guardian angel in a way, but I don't think everybody knows how to do that. I only know that I've used it as a Mass Effect shield. You know, something as a shield myself. Come to think about it, I never actually stood, like, I don't know, I think in a way I feel like I have, but it's like, don't remember it. But it's in a way like, but I feel like, you know, what I do remember is being like something laying on my chest, like just typical sleep paralysis, but not being able to see what was on top of me or what was going on, but being acknowledged that I'm awake. And then feeling my soul push my body back into action and through my nervous system, and like I was half out of my body, but not entirely out of my body. That somehow was causing me to paralyze myself. Is what my conclusion is that I don't think that a lot of times it was like when people say demons. I do think the one time that I do remember is definitely was a demon though, and that was I remember seeing a Native American while I was sleeping in my Jeep. I was camping. I think outside of Love's gas station somewhere, and there was this Native American standing outside my door, like coming in and out, like he was trying to force himself into manifestation, but like he was channeling something. And then I heard this demonic voice, and I started piecing together that I thought, like, okay, well, this Native American is spirit, may not even be a spirit. It might be a manifestation from a demon, or that spirit had a thing for controlling demons or something, because at that moment when I fell asleep, because that's my weakest vulnerability. When I look at it, like I never get affected by spirits or demons unless I fall asleep, and then they physically can hurt me, and in that case I was grabbed on and it slammed me. It when I was in the Jeep, and slammed me back into the ground, like back into the floor of my Jeep, and I was, and at that point I was able to stop myself, wake, and push myself awake, so it didn't go anywhere else. But that was all it took, was that brief moment for it to get one right at me, or whatever you call it, and grab me and slam me back. And then after that point, it couldn't. Because my consciousness, if I'm somewhere else, and it's what happened when I was on the subway. I was robbed. I've never had an experience where someone pulled a gun on me or anything. I think it would be an interesting experience, but that I've never really had. But I think like where someone wants to rob me, but I do remember being able to avoid a lot of situations while I'm awake. Bad vibes, I go the other fucking direction. I try to avoid it, right? I could save myself. I don't know if I could save everyone else by doing it this way, but I remember being like, okay, well, I could just go this way. I'm getting bad vibe here, or this energy. But then I fall asleep. And then I get lit on fire. I get robbed all at once, and a lot of bad things happen, and it was all because I fucking was so stupid to fall asleep. God forsakes if I needed to take a nap while being homeless in Manhattan. So I was like, shit, it's manageable, as long as you are awake. I think the threat that I found being homeless in Manhattan was, don't fucking fall asleep. That's what I learned, God forsakes, do not fall asleep. And if you do, make sure you're, like, not seen. You're not, and no one can find you. You are somehow able to be invisible. And one night, I followed these other homeless people I was hanging out with, and learned that some security guards will let you safely sleep in
certain areas, and then I was fine. Like when I slept where I was near security guards in Manhattan, I found like I was okay. But when I slept anywhere on the subway, I was always in danger, and it would be ignorant to say that I wasn't exposed or vulnerable. Every time on the subway, I was vulnerable. So it's not a safe place to sleep. And I have fallen asleep on the subway. And I had a lot of things happen to me on the subway all at once. I got some asshole set me on fire. I shit you not, that's a crazy fucking story. But someone had the mindset to set me on fire. I remember that. And that was back in 2019. And steal my phone and wallet. Lost my phone and wallet that night as well. Well, didn't lose it, stolen. And you know what all the passengers said, or one of the passengers, because no one else wanted to talk. Nobody wanted to talk. They were just like fucking trying to mind their own business. They didn't want to talk. And one said they ran that way. And what? I have a phone, so I was an asshole in 2019, and I was like, you know what? If no one will call the police, I said, because I didn't know what else to do, because I didn't have a phone. I didn't know where they went. But I remembered I needed something to be done. I needed something, and my instinct first was to put my hands straight through the fucking door of the subway train door and force the doors open so they could not close, and the train would refuse to leave until they called the police that I demanded them to call. I remember, because at that point if I stayed at that point any longer, I was only going in further into deep shit. So I had to get the hell out of New York City was my next step. If I couldn't get my phone back and it was gone, I had to come to the conclusion that it was gone and move on and go further and replace my shit, my wallet, and go to the lane. And that is exactly what I eventually did, because I never did get any of it back. But I sure in hell still needed to come up with the money to get somewhere else, to be able to stay somewhere else. And so I had thought in my head, well, none of these people are going to help me. They're sitting there thinking they're trying to mind their own business. They don't give a shit. So I said, I'll make them give a shit. And that's exactly what I did. I pissed them off, hold up the door until they actually did what I demanded. And the police showed up. And from there, and then the police actually helped. And even asked me a couple odd questions and had a conversation. And then I was able to move on, after that. So, I had to figure something out. You have to think about things. Sometimes you have somewhere you're going to crash. You can, stay at times. Sometimes you don't. And certain moments I knew that I had timers, that I could only stay some places on timers. I couldn't stay there permanently. I knew that. Even if they told me I could, it was always a lie, trust me. It's always a lie. Nobody has ever been honest by saying that, oh, you could stay with no strings attached forever if you like. I'm the only person that was like that. I was like that. I let people live with me rent free. And I couldn't, I was certainly not rich. I didn't have a lot of money when I was renting. So it's like, but it's, it's complicated. And
But other people were never like that for me. I was, I found like if I did, which then they would, I noticed like they were absolutely lying. It's like testing it. It's like, okay, you said I can stay forever as long as I want, right? And if I did that, trust me, somebody is definitely not going. There's something's going to happen, and a lot of times maybe it's the state of mind that someone may be in, but it's I don't know. But anyway, I left and moved on, but I did live that lifestyle. I rented, I feel odd every time I rent a room. When you do roommate and you split rent and shit like that, it's definitely one of the weirdest experiences for sure. But when it comes to actual paying bills and shit, coexisting with trying to figure out things like that, with people that you wouldn't ordinarily willingly choose to live with, you're only doing it to financially have a place over your head. They're not like your friends or anything. They're just, in a way, they're just employment or coexistence. A lot of times I found it, but it's, I don't know. I don't know. I think it would be a dream to rent a place. Rent a place. That's fucking stupid, but it'd be a dream to actually be able to stay with and live and create a life with someone that I actually really like or give a shit about, and they also the same to me, like at that level. But I think I always, think like if you want the world to do what you want, people say treat the world you are the way to be treated, but I don't think that works through my experience. I would like just as much as a lot of people to be able to be 100% free. There's a part of me for sure that would love the day that everybody on Earth figured out a different way to live or something. It's that have to be tied to money, so it's I don't know, it's a dream. I read something not too long ago, and I think it was like Socialite or something. I'm trying to understand what that was, but that was like, to me, it kind of felt like a format of currency that could be really bad or really good. I think, through my understanding, when I was reading into that, it kind of reminded me of getting free drinks at a bar, and then wondering if I'm evil for figuring out this glitch, right? And in that, and I'm like, I remember that. So it's going through that and understand there's something, right? It's like I've been in bars times where I didn't pay, that I didn't pay anything, and people wanted to buy me drinks. And then I've been in bars where I paid for drinks that I didn't want to pay for as well, like someone else got me to pay. And at times, I remember one time I actually refused, and I still paid for one of their drinks, but I didn't pay for their other drink. And so but I remember, I think it's a mindset thing, different experiences. So I don't think that 100% works. And if that is what Socialite is, where socializing is currency and that aspect, while currency exists, I think I think there is something there, though. I think there's definitely something really good about it, if I'm understanding that correctly. But I also think it's probably extremely difficult to do while there is another format existing. It's almost like a flaw in all formats of money
money enforcers, money makers, you know. But there is something underneath it all that, if you can figure it out, you'll never have to pay a damn thing ever in your life. Which I don't think, you know, is necessarily the easiest thing to figure out if you feel like it's unfair. For example, as I had sabotaged myself many times by thinking it's not fair, like I'm somehow doing something wrong, then I somehow end up paying because I simply think I'm doing something wrong. I think that's part of it. Maybe I had damned myself to hell by doing that at times, for sure, thinking, but it's about being in atmospheres at times. So I think there's a lot. You know, I've been in bars, and I had said things, and had been different at times, and I had, stories, and then come back and across the world, or states, and have an interaction in a Love's gas station or something where someone actually says, I like your stories, I like your stories. And I'm like, I didn't really, what? And trying to understand what they meant by that. And so, yeah, I unleash a mess online. But in that case, they were probably talking about a time when I started telling stories in the bar, which I have been guilty of doing, but not always. Going on these ideas. I did it on a boat with complete strangers. So when I was in Seattle, the second boat I went on, I kind of felt like familiar with, I don't know, like who it was, but I don't know. I just we talked and they didn't tell me to shut up, so I just talked, and then they told me what movies they liked, and somewhere down the road, the conversation went on about Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and 7 for a while. I remember there was a really good conversation going on where maybe it was a boat. Because I do have I mentioned that as well, and it was one of them, like Pirates of the Caribbean 6 and 7, or what I called Part 1 and Part 2. Really, because I had this idea, and it really can't work, that idea, without the entire cast returning, though. So it's that script in particular needs everybody from the first and third film to return, at least the first and third film, to be willing to return for that story to, and there was room for 4 and 5. Obviously 5 would make sense because the kids part, so I had them in it as well. But 4, because I had this idea that was inspired, by not just the ending of Dead Men Tell No Tales, but also the talk about scenes that I didn't like, that I started to notice would happen the moment that On Stranger Tides would be like, I remember the movie before was like, talked about ship battles. And let me tell you something. I think At World's End is the best Pirates of the Caribbean movie ever made. I do like the first 3, but it doesn't talk about things. It shows you things. It goes on these adventures, and they fit the bill. It's like to actually show people these things and go on this ride and not just talk about it like On Stranger Tides did. And I thought, like, man, what a miss when they shot Dead Man's Chest at World's End, and back to back, and and where they actually spent the time on these set pieces, these action sequences, unlike On Stranger Tides and Dead Men Tell No Tales. Like, something happened, like laziness happened somewhere down the road. So. And I thought, well, I could top. My script for sure might get Disney to hate me financially, because I would imagine
if we're still living in capitalism, it's probably going to cost them a lot of money to make, but it sure now would make them a lot of money if people knew that they were going in for a real Pirates of the Caribbean movie with no cropped out shit, where where the whole cast is back and it's not, a second, or a couple of minutes of only Orlando Bloom and a second of Keira Knightley. It's Keira Knightley, in fact, is a very important character in this script because it needs the Brethren, and she is still the king of the pirates, according to everything that is still cinematically, as the puzzle pieces are still in. I work with that, and it still works with the story. And I think a lot of times when I would describe it, first thing I would think of is Karma. It was one of the first words I would use. The part one is consequences, warnings, and preparation, for what is to come. But, and it really, really, I saw there room for comedy as well. So it's not just like really cool spiritual elements, with Davy Jones very much being associated with haunting Will Turner, and for educational purposes as well, but also a very important character I think is about time he needs to show up, known as Hernandez Cortez, would haunt Captain Jack Sparrow, has started to assemble this idea of the creepiness from the horizon that would push into the assembly and the acknowledgement of the Brethren for what is to come, and that is Tortotus is what it is. I had unleashed. I had figured there is no enchantments, there is no barricade. You think you're worried about the dead creeping back, or some of the least of your worries on breaking all enchantments of the sea, that you have just unleashed the worst of the worst. And it comes full circle. Part 2 comes full circle to the blood curse of the heathen gods, that very much connects to the story that you get in the very first movie, actually, about the heathen gods cursing Will Turner's ancestor, Hernandez Cortez, and the blood of the treasure, because that was always my intention, is to go full circle. And so, like, looking at it was part of the agenda, but to also put some visually impressive scenes, and particularly with ships. I thought how important it is to get those ship battles and to top the ship battles that you had seen at World's End, and the importance as well, in particular part 2, and to not skimp out on those ship battles and all the fun karmatic drama between everybody who's on the side that doesn't all agree with each other but has to fight this bigger threat, and their experiences. And again, if I could say that anything as a hint towards what I have in mind for it, is you already know that the Brethren, the Court of the Brethren, the original Court of the Brethren, knew how to entrap an entity in a body and also unleash an entity from a body, and that these aren't just spirits as a threat that are coming, and that I saw in the final shot, magnificent sequence at the end of part 2, and then dropping it and leaving everybody hanging until they go watch part 2 and pick up part 2 right from that. So it's like, that was my idea. So, and when you go watch part 2, you're going right into the action. So it's, there's room for new people, but the original cast, including Zoe, I wanted the characters I thought were probably forgotten that were original members to come back as well in some way. Like, I wanted the entire cast of Pirates of the Caribbean 1. I really like to have everybody back, and I think people will enjoy the characters because, there's spirits, there's witches, there's scientists, there's prostitutes, and some spawns of Johnny Depp's Captain Jack Sparrow and some fraudulent spawns in the mix. I remember writing that and into it and thinking, like, how hilarious and how obvious. If one person, it comes up or another comes up and realizes, like, that, it says that, Captain Jack Sparrow has a kid, it's not entirely hard to, to believe, to not believe, or whatever the word is. It's easy to believe that it exists, that something like that's happening, or has happened. But I also saw, like, somebody coming up and lying about it as well, and actually not being their kid, and somebody claiming that they're their kid and they're not their kid. That's, I thought, like, yeah, that's Pirates of the Caribbean. There's some fucking shit going on, of course. And I think he would be in denial even with his kids, and one he would, he might look at and be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense, at some point. Plus, he's haunted by Hernandez. He has his own ghost that I particularly invested in Hernandez Cortez, and particularly with Captain Jack Sparrow, as much as Davy Jones with Will Turner. Which there's really cool, action and probably scary scenes for kids, for sure, but also comedy scenes in it. So it's not just one thing, but it is really about consequences and what you're going to do, and how far you're willing to go to face these consequences that are on the horizon. Karma is a very heavy theme to part one in particular. You might have good intentions at times that will have very bad consequences. And first of all, I don't think Davy Jones wanted to be Captain, the Flying Dutchman. I think he made sacrifices and felt it as a responsibility. And that would show in his ghost. And thinking how, and really resembling the importance of the Flying Dutchman in that universe, now that it doesn't exist. There is a Grim Reaper, and that's not even the worst of it, that all enchantments are broken. It's, in a way, it makes sense to come full circle with the heathen gods, and pissing off the gods, and, and figuring out a way of sealing what needs to be sealed back up and contained, and to figure out the balance, which very much involves the brethren, the court of pirates, the brethren, in their knowledge. So it's, and stuff like that. So it's, including the dead ones. Man, there's a lot of ghosts, for sure, and I have a lot of really cool ideas with that, and not like what you know. So I think, like,
there's some cool elements, but again, I don't think that movie would work. My movie would, that one in particular would not work without the original cast, or at least the main original cast members returning. I think recasting one of them would definitely affect the charm of especially the end game charm of what I have in mind for part two's ending. It would definitely affect that. So, I think it's so important to keep the same actors, and also introduce new actors as well aboard for the stories. So, and after that, in a way, it's not a reboot at the end of part two. It's like I said, it wraps full circle, and it could go anywhere. Even in that part, with what's left, it's more of a universe, more of a beginning. That for that universe in particular. But it's also a lot of money and a lot of action, and I would imagine, because in my mind, I want real ships, not CGI ships, stuff like that. I want to really catch what it's like to be on the seas and interact with the dead, especially in Act 1 coming out. I think people will understand instantly, because it starts off, like a creaky floorboard, a haunted creaky floorboard that is etching its way into your life. Rocky on a sail kind of vibe that's kind of like haunting you. You're gonna, I can expect Captain Jack Sparrow to have a brief moment of paradise on the sea before his hauntings begin. Let's put it that way. There's a lot out there. I think of a lot of things. Like I said, I go down to Marvel. A lot of it, actually, I find to be owned by Disney. How do you do a partnership? To be deemed worthy without getting robbed. I don't know. It's so easy to be robbed. All you gotta do is not legally do something according to a scripture, a scroll, or a documentation. Just hand over your knowledge, and then someone else will either choose to do it or not, and forbid you to do it, because legally you're not allowed to do it. But you are legally, allowed to be robbed, because you have legally allowed yourself to be robbed, as I am guilty of allowing myself, I guess. Ideas. Very dangerous to share ideas financially and creatively. Sometimes it's better to be a liar and a secret keeper and pro-privacy world, and hope you can live your life in lies, and shadows, and secrets with no consequences. That sounds toxic. To me. To someone else, it sounds like a luxurious adventure. Like, oh, great, I had a great time, but I think they hate me now. I mean, I had a good time, but I think they hate me, though.
think I made him hate me. It's just simple. The man always got to be loyal. Some down the road, it's like the woman don't have to be. It's like, what the fuck? Or vice versa. It's like, I'm an actor, I'm an actress. It's not me. It's my character. My career. So sorry. That Victoria Justice song, was it Slipped into Love? I was an accident. Oops. No, it's like Britney Spears version. Oops, I did it again. It's all sick. Are you sure these aren't actually like lives, like cultures? Like, you know, you start singing a song and you're about bad love and wonder why you get a lot of divorces or a lot of lovers. And it's like, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Does my music have more power over me, or do I have more power over my music? I think it depends on the mindset. I don't actually think 100% it actually is accurate as completely ruling people's lives, but I do think it does happen. For sure, to celebrities. Or they're, you know, it's like, oh, I want to create an affair. It doesn't have to be real. People just have to believe it. It's like, some people are out there like, I want a lot of fake news about me. You know how great that'd be? It's like, how in the world is that going to be great? They'd be like, no one will believe me when I go and sin. Or everyone will think I'm sinning even when I'm not. It's like, how to get away with murder? Have everybody constantly, scream that you committed murder, even if you didn't. Doesn't have to be true. You just have to believe it. That's a dangerous world, by the way. I mean, maybe it come off as dark comedy, but in a way, I don't really think it's funny. I think some people might think it's funny. I think it's more toxic and evidential evidence of what's so wrong about this world in general. The moment that parents started teaching that lies were protection was already a giant red flag or yellow flag or whatever you want to represent your condemnation on the path of corruption, that I think, like, in becoming dependent on privacy, I think is an enabler. But also, it's difficult, right? I mean, you get backed into things. And systematically murdered, some people call it. But it's not easy. I think it just absolutely goes straight for the brain and limbic system. And it affects, even the most loyal people on Earth. I think it affects in some way. I don't think anybody really escapes the effects of it. Some people just know how to live with it more than others, or adapt to it more. And it's, in some ways, it's worse for some people to know that they're in hell than others that are convinced that, somehow that they're not in hell, but they will break down into horrible states. Maybe they love that. It reminds me of this saying, one's hell, another's heaven. Some people might think it's kinky, some people might think it's brain control, or some disadvantage, but I think that it's an unfair relationship. That's what that sounds like. Why can't we both have heaven, be in heaven? Why does one have to be in hell for another to be in heaven? To go to hell to help someone else go to heaven. I do think that is sometimes the case. I definitely sense that is the case. I feel like it is. Like, at times, that there are lots of people that probably experienced that or done that. But then again, I look at like things like people complaining about things like, I saw one interview where someone was complaining about words. Like, I think words are only as powerful as one allows them to be. Someone has an issue with what someone says about their actions. I don't know. I personally think they're not dictating you. They're not telling you how to act. Then I think like it might be an issue depending on what they're demanding you to do. But on the case, but it's only an issue if it becomes an issue. I find it very difficult to find any word on earth to be an issue unless it is trying to turn you into the problem issue, I guess. Perhaps, I don't know. But it's, personally, if I got some one shitting on me and it's like, I don't know, heaven, and that's just their language, they just have really bad vocabulary or something, I ain't gonna let a good thing be destroyed because of bad communication. If love is love, Personally, I think some people just want something in particular, and I don't know. But I don't know. It's I don't really have a problem with words, I guess. If anything, I will be the destroyer of words, unintentionally. Even it's just too easy. Rendering all meaning. It's like, I'm confused. Are you religious or not? I am religious. But I just don't really know what religion I really fit into the most. Sometimes I feel like I'm a Jewish, sometimes I feel like I'm a Christian, sometimes I feel like I'm a Buddhist. It sounds very confusing for some, but sometimes I feel like I don't belong to any of them. Maybe I'm more into Hinduism, kind of like a vibe there, just like go off and, I don't know, in a trance and live happily ever after and staring at the wall or something. It's a mindset. It's like, are you having a seizure? Or are you having a seizure? What's kind of seizure going on there? It's like, it's not a seizure. I'm meditating. It's like, I went off in a zone. Stop looking at me. I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at someone else, something else. I'm in an entire world right now. It just so happens that I happen to go in this trance right here, right now. I don't know. It's visions of different types of perspectives, imagining someone, somehow was able to consciously be aware and communicate while they're zoning out. Then I think, like, if you consciously be aware, can you, like, turn over there and, like,